Hello, everyone. I was here with Cherry J. My name is Star Drago. We have some good news and some bad news. Good news: everyone has time to go eat before the grand finals tonight. Bad news is Valford just forfeited the match 5 minutes after. One couple players apparently could make it or something. We don't know the full reason just yet. It is disheartening as everyone was ready and prepared for it, but it just means we have a couple hours of break. We got 3 hours. Go have lunch. Go have food. Cherry, you won't be here with me for the second match, but thanks for being here with me anyway today.
Yeah, I mean, it was fun while it lasted. We got to have a little bit of a discussion about the teams, about what's happening, but unfortunately, that will do it. But yeah, as you said, big game ahead of us, though, as the grand finals will be coming up later today in around 3 hours, as you said. And yeah, time to go get food, right? What are you going to be having?
I'm probably gonna order a pizza.
Ooh, a
It's 3 in the
pizza. That
afternoon,
sounds
but it's
pretty
like
good.
I'm just gonna get pizza.
What kind of pizza do you like?
Margarita, just or
Margarita.
calzone.
Oh.
A nice calzone would be lovely. If you want.
That does sound pretty good. That does sound pretty good. Unfortunately, I can't have that because I cannot eat cheese, but I will probably get something myself. I'm kind of thinking tacos, maybe something like that. But yeah, very excited to get some food and hopefully you are too.
All right, well, everyone, thank you for being here. We do apologize. We'll see you in the afternoon. Just 3 hours. Catch you in a bit.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbiter Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
3, 2, 1, 0, 0. Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Star Drago. Oh, my mic's on. Everything's working. So, a wee bit worried. We've got Cresto here with me as my casting duo today. And you know what that means? We're in for a long but good time. So, Cresto, give us a quick welcome introduction, then we'll head into the teams.
Well, we have seen these players playing against each other yesterday, so well, I did call it out yesterday, Drago, that it's probably gonna be a fight of these titans, and they're not gonna be letting it slide that easily. And here we are. And I was actually expecting the grand finals to be fired up, considering what happened what happened on yesterday's game on the upper bracket finals. And honestly speaking, these players really deserve to be on this bracket. I'm not gonna be able to call it out that which team is better quite yet, even though the comment section may actually favor the side of GODSQUAD a little bit more because they were the ones who were able to pull that extra drag away yesterday, as you get to see it on the brackets we have. So now on a best of five, things are a bit more flexible, people may say, because now you have three maps to fight on. But at the same time, that also, I mean, three maps to go actually if you want to win it out, but that technically five maps. So if you want to have some flexibility, that allows you to. But at the same time, the endurance is something which may drain you down the line because, in my opinion, when it comes to any grand finals or any best of five or plus, I always compare them to Le Mans races because it doesn't quite just test the car, it also tests the player, or should I say the driver itself. So which is definitely going to be applicable for the side of GODSQUAD and counterplay.
All right. That's interesting you say that because we're going to have to go see the bracket first. I want to see how these teams have set themselves up. As you can look at it now, chef's kiss. We've had too many forfeits. Anyone who drops the lower bracket just chooses, nah, it's not even worth fighting counterplay. It's not worth going through that fight. They're that much of a menace. And as they were one of the few teams that actually take a map from GODSQUAD, it's fitting that we get to see them in the grand finals. But we all know what that truly means and how terrifying that means. We got to go to team one, team two. So let's go see GODSQUAD. And there's always that important aspect of when you look at teams like this, yes, you get to see their history, yes, you get to see their stats and statistics, but that doesn't tell you the full names, full reasons. And as we've seen here, yeah, there's a couple stand-ins, couple players, and as Liquipedia updates quickly, Layer was their worst map. But that was only because their win percentage took a 3% hit from GODSQUAD taking it. Sorry, from Counterplay taking it from them. Rexon, menace. This entire team menaces from the start to the end. Let's head over to Counterplay and you can give me a bit of your two thoughts on that.
Well, Counterplay is a team who were able to find their own flexibilities here and there, but at the same time, it kind of feels like that they are a lot more flexible when it comes to burning time or maybe just going for surprise attacks. But even then, the players of GODSQUAD were expecting them to some extent, and they were just not able to pull this off. So I do understand why their total win rate has taken a hit here because it was 50% yesterday. So it is just 10%, but at the same time, on the grand finals, these are stats which may make sense on the initial phases, but it may change inside of the game itself because honestly they are not bad players whatsoever. They are a good team, but they have some places to work on, and I believe they will be just fine going into this considering they know their oppositions now. And I will add one part about the side of GODSQUAD, however, that yeah, their ratio when it comes to winning layer has taken a hit from the side of layer, but mind you, they have went to maximum overtime. So that is something the side of counterplay has to work around with, because they will have to expect their opposition to put everything on the line to push them to their limits and probably take the map as well. So again, the odds may favor them, but counterplay, they should be able to pull this off as they know the books.
I've just heard that the players are already starting to revolt. So we're going to do map bans quickly because we already know the maps we're heading to. First off is Cafe, not one that either team hates or dislikes. It's right in the middle for both of them. 14% pick rate for both, and then just, even equally as never played on. So we're going to Cafe first, then back to Lair. So counterplay are ready to bring their actual pain this time. Chalet, meaning that, God Squad are going to show us a good masterclass again. Clubhouse being the interesting pick because it's so, like, everyone knows it. It's a map that teaches you the basics, and if you can't master those, you're going to get punished on it every time. Fortress, the newest one added to the map pool, will be our deciding. So if we go the distance, we go to that fifth map, we're in for a surprise because not a lot of people have seen how this map has changed. Even I played a little bit on it, but the callouts are going to have to be immaculate. The teamwork, the strategies, and these new plays are going to be shown firsthand. Let's head right in because the players are trying to revolt. So, as we head to Cafe Dostoevsky, I'm going to say I miss my pink van. I'm sad it's gray now, but we love it all the same. Oh, if you don't know, yeah, so
I got
one
it. I
side
got it.
of Cafe, there's a really nice pink van opposite the black one. So the call it used to be pink, somebody small pink and pink, and now that's been changed to somebody small pink and gray. Harsh, but security is necessary. And when we go now watching out run out white stairs, that's just what has to happen. So
You know that that kind of
go.
reminds me that in the 6v6 mode, I forget the mode's name actually. A dual front, exactly. There have been
Mm-hmm.
some changes where some extra crates were added. So sometimes the personals can be really funny and it can be an entertainment itself, but the biggest entertainment is gonna be the game. And I believe the players, as you said, Drago, they are gonna be ready. But there is one thing I want to add about the map
Mm-hmm.
pool. That is, yeah, Fortress being a newer map, I kind of believe that it's a good map. People kind of, I mean, when Nighthaven came to the game, people didn't quite like it because it is a gigantic map. I will agree with you, but at the same time, when it comes to these maps, it actually allows you to be a lot more creative and sometimes just let you fly and soar through the skies and show that how good have you studied this game as a whole. Fortress is no exception. Yeah, it has been since Operation Wind Bastion, but I personally believe this map has a lot more greater potential on a bit more of a competitive play, even though people may still say that visuals are a little bit more clunkier because yeah, we know how the Wind Bastion skins used to be, and it used to camouflage. But I kind of believe because of the new rim system onto the operators, because you can choose the colors of your opposition or the opposition's gadgets, which also happens to change the opposition's rim color, the outline, I mean. So it may actually benefit them a little bit more, even though it's very personalized. Depends on the player's perspectives or how would I put it, preferences. So that may actually be a difference. But overall, I'm quite excited to see exactly how this map is. The maps are going to be played out, but as much as I want to see Fortress, these are going to be answered by the players themselves.
Well, I'm happy to hear that. We do seem to have one small player having a problem with Moss, so it's just going to take a second to load in. But as you'll come back to our lovely faces in just a second, I want to give you guys a quick advertisement and let you guys know on a little bit of a sneak peek. So, there is two really interesting aspects to these matches today and to the importance of it. So, besides, the prize, what you want, the €100, you have Eon Series match season 6 starting in March. I'm excited for that. Fire Series season 2 starting in February. But that's all you're getting as a hint. We're going into cafe. Let's go and enjoy this.
Teaser. Well, it was a good teaser actually, and we're going to be having a lot more drops coming in as the informations will be coming in while the games go on. And now we are heading to Cafe Dostoevsky. It is a cold winter here, and it's going to be getting colder on the map of Cafe, but I'm pretty sure the players are going to be keeping it fired and up and running as we go into the ban phase. And Mira and Grim being banned here, well, honestly doesn't quite surprise me here. I was kind of expecting a Doki ban perhaps because yeah, it kind of feels like the Dokkaebi, as with the DMR and with the soft destructibility as well, with the DMR will kind of feels strong here, but I guess that's not going to be the main priority for the side of counterplay, because they kind of understand God Squad players will definitely have some shields on their arsenal, but at the same time, I believe it was Snoop or some, I think it was Snoop or Kevik who was playing the Clash from the side of counterplay, but I guess they're just going to be keeping it standard for the time being, as Azami is also going to be banned out.
You say keeping it standard. I say playing to your strengths, because yes, these teams know these maps well and like to punish very easily. The biggest problem I could ever see from this goes to the fact of, hey, Souls is being brought. They know how powerful this team is when they've got a lot of information and when they're able to shut down your information gain. One of the more important aspects that I see coming from this, it's all going to be coming down to whoever gets the first pick. It's going to be down to whether the Echo Drone gets to be able to survive, give that intel, try to stop the plant, or whether Panic headshots everyone in spawn pick. Again, just for the side of counterplay. But for God Squad, they're dropping in, going for that hatch, clearing as much of Christmas as possible. You cannot let anything be passive here. On a map like Cafe, that is just a kill box. A lot of people don't like it for that reason. There's my truck that should have been pink. But when you see those moments, it's difficult to get your head around it of how do you push this without getting peaked? How do you push this without having problems starting? As you can see, Nomad's already having to check here because of that fear factor. But they've set up just in case of jump outs and run outs. Most important aspects, though, Deimos only has 2 people red pinged, meaning that he's only got 2 people he can hunt if he tries to go below. Ash is waiting with call out, but it's not going to be enough. They're having to try to start getting electric here. They're wanting to try and find the souls, as Ash is hopefully baiting it, waiting for the swing, but we actually get a kill through the hatch. Valkyrie gets a beautiful shot.
Ooh, nice
C4.
C4.
C4 taking half of Deimos' HP. That's painful. Souls keeps going for the run out there. Couldn't find anyone just yet.
Well, I do love the aggression side of counterplay, because they are not allowing any form of entry from the side of God Squad, as it seems, as they're playing pretty much head on when it comes to taking map control. And now finally there will be some answers on the side of the attackers, but I have to admit the defenders have done quite a lot of pacing here, as they have pretty much solidified the claim they have onto the second floor side, even though it's going to be Santi able to get a double for himself, as it's, I believe it was a double, because he did get the ace as well and pretty much tagged up the Deimos in the process. And now the attackers will have a harder time going for the plan, or should I say even for an execution, considering they don't have the ace anymore. How do you take control of piano? They do have some form of comfortability when it comes to having the cigar side and maybe push onto the piano side as well. But the biggest problem is gonna be that you can't plant anymore, because the Valkyrie is still gonna be below. Even though she does not have any more C4s available, but still the MPX can still do some damage from below, as the hunt does come in from the side of the Deimos. I believe it was onto the Valkyrie, but I guess it has been cancelled out, because I do not see the mask on the minimap anymore. I mean, should I say on the screen anymore, as the Ash will be able to rendezvous and will be able to cut off the Valkyrie on the rotation. 3v3 situation, still a very flexible position to work with, but definitely not something that attackers want to sleep on, as they will have to make their way inside the objective and then go for the plan. And there you have it. Ash will be able to find one more, and now the refact potential does come in from the Echo with a shotgun, but there's a rappel onto the white window, as he was not expecting it. Nice attempt though, but GODSQUAD, I guess their godhood just have not gone up since yesterday.
As you can see, the damage report tool did not work this time around, sadly. But it's one of those things you have to understand. The observer needs to keep the information, keep all the goodness going, and try to help us as casters to give you that analytical side. Don't worry about it for 2 seconds, it will get fixed. But that's actually what I want to kind of remind you guys. It's those moments where if StatCC doesn't work, I can't get my statistics, but I can do the math in my head anyway. Yes, you're right. Valkyrie almost got the triple kill. Just coming out from it, it was that small little problem where they went for the kills, couldn't land it, tried again. But there's something that is a wee bit more special to me that I'm not sure if you noticed. Having the LMG in Finka's hands, having that ability to go, hey, we can res from a distance, we can boost and get that HP advantage we need. It seems to be something they've read from last match, for the last best of 3 just yesterday. because they always found themselves at low HP going into 1vx situations and then getting dunked at the last second by one guy last man standing. If we all remember Warden on Kavik, you don't really want to let anything slide with Kavik around. If you have low HP, he can clutch up in a 1v3. Don't want to let it happen again. So it feels like they've answered their own question of, hey, play it slower. Yes, if we lose our hard breachers, we can adapt quickly because, as you said, this match has a lot we can do.
Because they're gonna be keeping that up after all. Because when it comes to God Squad, there's something which really impresses me. Like even since yesterday, that is, even when their backs are turned against the wall, they somehow pull something out of the hat, and counterplay just doesn't have an answer for it. Because again, they do have a pretty aggressive position, but somehow God Squad just has an answer. They're like, okay, you know what? We have lost this. We have option B. We have an option C. We have an option D as well. And it just keeps going on. And that's really admirable. And as it seems, they are going for a very standard push as well over here. Nothing too shabby. But it kind of looks like that the Warden's going to be having a very hard time. And yet again, it's not something extremely out of the ordinary, because you usually go for the small bakery wall and then just push the player behind bakery, and you also have the Blackbeard to support that position. And guess what? The Blackbeard will be able to do just that, even though he did not know the Warden has fallen back. But guess what? The cover is gonna be there, as the ace will find the frag, and now the complete bakery control is given away to the attackers. Mind you, on this map, some particular player, even myself, as Rego, you did say you're a fuse main. I usually go above to go for verticals, and guess what? These players don't even need it, as they will be able to take a double kill right away, going for more probably, as the smoke is having a harder time, as the Aurora barricade is just not allowing him to find any form of angles whatsoever. Nice shot.
Ooh, the shots are getting tight and close, but when it comes down to a 3v2 and you lose your head like that, that's tough. But it's a 2v1, and as I said before, you leaving that smoke on the board or Kavik standing, he will swing and go for those kills. You might have the HP advantage for now, but shotgun in hand, it's not ideal. He's out of smoke canisters though, so a minute left, meaning it's all just down to gun skill and getting the right answer. Who's going to be swinging? Who's going to try to go for it? Whether the emojis are here or it's text chat, it's going to be planted. Smoke does not have the ideals. He's now known where he is. So they're gonna have to go for the pinch. Yes, he was getting constantly pinged regardless, but you don't want to try to swing the most dangerous man in existence right now. His back's against the wall. 30 seconds. He has to try and find the pick. He's close, but he hits another nomad charge. But that's where Noko stands up and goes for the pick. You might realize that the teams are slightly different this time around. So every team did have a sub. God Squad have quite a few players on their rosters. They got the change. You'll come back to our lovely faces for 2 seconds. It's time for me to give you a little bit more of a teaser. Or actually, Cresto, do you want to do it?
Actually, you take the honor, because I got alt tab again.
No worries, I got it. So quickly, Access and Eon and Fire Series. 3 big tournaments coming up for Tier 3 to Tier 2. We all love it. Do not worry about it too much. The most important factors are February, March, basically spring. Access Series will start running. Season 2. You have to get into qualify. Top 2 teams will qualify for it and go to Access Finals, which is what we're doing right now, which we're currently in the winter months. Then you'll have spring. After that, you will have Fire Series, which is so what you're trying to get into to qualify. They're Series 3s. And one of the more important factors is first place still gets €100. You'll get onto Eon, and there's so much more to come from there as well. You still got the series going on, of course. Grand Finals, January 18th and January 8th. So only in 4 more days by a series. So see you all there. Oh, it looks like the players are getting back into the match now again. So let's head in.
Okay, so there was way too many windows on my screen, unfortunately, so I had some time to like do some monkey business there, but hopefully we are back here in the action, ladies and gentlemen, and looks like it is gonna be a same defense from the side of the counterplay, because they did lose that round, but at the same time, on the first round, they opted to change it up. Maybe this time around they have a better answer. Raura coming in out again, and now there is not much of a answer from the defensive side here to deny that. I was kind of expecting a Wamai perhaps, because I do believe the Aurora charges do get denied by that, and sometimes even ace charges are, I mean most of the times ace charges are sent to that destination. So I'm not quite sure what was the game plan from the player side, or maybe it was just destroyed this time around. But finally will find some success as the Warden gets to play a little bit more aggressively because of the cover being provided. And now he wants to make sure that there is no entry allowed from the attacking side onto the bakery side. And even though Small Bakery has pretty much given away, DDO able to find one Rixian, and now that's a good opening, but problem is the wall is already opened up, so he can probably fall back or hunker down onto this bakery area as long as he can. But it looks like it's with Pulsa who will have another answer onto Snook, as the attackers, I have to admit, they are going for extremely fast takes onto the map, and sometimes it's not even predictable because usually you would probably expect somebody to be on white side and maybe have someone, for example, a Blackbeard on this particular area, but at the same time, there's just not too much of a breathing zone for the defensive side as the fires do come in. Warden, he does have a support from the Bandit, but the problem is the Bandit himself is stuck in an island as there's a Blackbeard on the corner, so is the Nomad, I believe. But finally, from the side of Sanity, there will be some retaliations. Elements able to find one more, but how much else is gonna be able to find? Never mind, he will, as he is down on the floor, but still, it's gonna be frags better on a 1v2 technically. And now, finding this 1v1s are gonna be crucial. Flashbangs will be dispatched. Smoke is in a pretty good position to cover the Bandit as well. The Bandit doesn't need to peek whatsoever, and probably the Nomad doesn't know where he is. The Reviles will be coming in. Diffuser is gonna be a little bit far away, but oh boy, the air jab will kind of save the Bandit instead of killing him. And now the defenders, they can just simply play time as the Blackbeard and the Nomad are still stuck on an island here. Slowly but surely, but the problem is gonna be so much prominent here. Nomad on 1 HP, and now I don't think there is not much things he can do. The Smoke will just block off the angle, understanding the Nomad has no choice but to push the Bandit. 24 seconds left on the clock. Slowly but surely walking inside the objective, but it's gonna be firing while looking at him. And now he needs to be patient. Toxic Waves will be tossed in, and now finally the walls will be open. Sorry, the barricade will be opened up, but it does make some sound as the Smoke was way too quick on the trigger discipline. Finally, some breathing zones coming, or should I say lights coming up from the side of Counterplay, as they will take their first. Now, on the situation we have here, it kind of feels like the Counterplay is going to be able to pull themselves back, but there is one factor I'm kind of worried about. I
can think of many factors. First, learning to breathe. Second, just understanding the timing of it. And yes, Roar being a fantastic operator, give that shutdown and give that little bit of distance that can be needed. But you might be right, because now that we've lost Deimos and Warden, a lot of iconic moments are going to have to be changed to new operators.
Well, what's distracting me? I'm not quite sure actually. I think it's probably because your face was on the right side and I was probably staring at it, but anywho. Well, there is one more factor which I was about to talk about yesterday. It just hit me. That is, on pretty much all the maps we've seen, it was a 5-1 split. I mean, Counterplay, they are a good team, but somehow in the first half, they do tend to lose a quite amount of momentum. So is this gonna happen again? Because as much as I want to rejoice the first victory from the side of Counterplay, I really do. I'm not gonna be the biggest fan of this.
You think that the curse is starting again?
Man, it just always does somehow. It always catches up, right? Because it's not even me or you, but it's just there. GODSQUAD just knows that, okay, we have lost one round, that's fine. And now we know how they're gonna play. We can just make it rumble. But at the same time, on the second half, Counterplay does find some answers. And they're usually pretty strong. We only have seen one overtime coming in. But having a lead head-on does allow some momentum boost for yourself. But guess what? The calls are gonna be so much prominent as the Vigil is kind of stuck inside the freezer setup. Maybe has one more impact to make a run for it, but I don't think he's gonna make it, man.
Oh no, he's gone. He's gone. He's free. You don't have to worry about that. The biggest problem you might have to worry about is the fact that they've lost complete bottom floor control. A lot of people are inside the building now. The staircase is going to be held. The only problem is whether they can get a kill to start them off, and never mind, Santi gets it, takes out Rickson, but it's answered back by frags. One of the two aspects you're going to have to remember is the fact that once one of these teams get a kill, it tends to just domino effect. Best chance is now to try and give yourself that opening you need, but also try and bait anybody who you can catch down the staircase. And as Pulsar gets one there, Snoop
Nice
going
shot.
down. Shots are beautiful today, especially, but the risk and reward is always going to be traded back and forth as Do gets one on the Pulsar. There's all the people in the building basically cleared out. Everyone's now outside and top floor. The controller is working out for them. It's just they're getting held in choke points right now, which is the biggest problem they'll have.
The attackers are known to pull themselves out of the gutter pretty much every single time and counterplay. This time around, they gotta understand that they have to burn some time and then bring the gunfights to them. I love the aggression, but now it's time for a full reset, if you ask me. And as it seems, they are just waiting for the attackers to make some form of movement. Then they're gonna be going for their own commitments here. As the attackers slowly but surely gaining some map control, we do see the Twitch zone finding informations. Maybe probably looking for some Valkyrie cameras, I believe, because there's no other utilities to be destroyed. I believe the mute jammers have already been taken care of. But at the same time, the defenders, they're just waiting for the audio cue. They know there's a nomad rappelling onto snow, and there have been an entry made onto the minibar from the A's, but there's a very high chance the prominence is gonna be seen onto the piano side, and there you have it. The entry is gonna be made, and now the attackers, they are making the way to the object. The defenders, they need to burn time, and now with 20 seconds left on the clock, the primary target is gonna be the Ace with the diffuser. And I guess they know that toilet hallway has pretty much been given away. Oh no, the freezer is also been taken out. I don't think he understood that he was not able to kill him, as Kavik is gonna be able to confirm the kill. Elements able to find one more as well, but now it's all to panic now as the diffuser is pretty much down on the floor, but the lineup is gonna be there. That is gonna be Elements able to find the answer. It was way too close for comfort, if you ask me, and kind of questionable from the attacking side, even though they were able to pull the round off, because after you have freezer control, you can simply dive in, and you could have gone for the plan. I don't understand where the Ace was actually.
No, the Ace had just decided, hey, I'm going to push in through freezer, try and go for the kill, but he ran out of bullets, and I don't think he realized. He thought he'd already downed the person. So instead of confirming the finish, he just had to go for the reload and turn away at the wrong time. So they luckily saved the round. The swing, the two people pushing up, getting Lucian and finishing the job. But that could have been a masterclass in how to lose a round. Because we're 3-1 now. So that 5-1 curse might come true, but I think Counterplay are going to answer back with this. Yes, they're taking their time to learn their players, but hopefully in a situation like this where you've played these guys before, there's not much to learn about play style. It's all about finding out how they play the map and then countering that completely. Interesting aspects, though, that do come to fruition is this is Cafe. There's only a couple ways to play on this map. Yes, you can have interesting rotations and setups, but unless they're bringing specific operators, most things stay the same. For now, Castle's being brought, so we know they're going to go and try to clear as much as they can towards Train, try and push her up top floor. But as you can see, the spawn picks are the biggest terrifying because it's a big factor to these teams. It's terrifying just the idea that they try to go for the swing and there's teams there waiting. But as you can see, they're happy to set up, happy to go for the default cams, clear out as much intel. But I'm pretty sure I've just noticed something, and I hope everyone else has not. Because if Two Barrel's right and he can get this, he can either A, go for the quick jump out and go for the kill, or he can hold a long angle and get a perfect pick on one of these players who are already inside the building.
Chances are very high that he's going to be contesting that pillar hallway and at the same time the top floor, because there will be some pressures on the verticalities, but at the same time the attackers are not quite focused on that. I mean, I do see a couple of shotgun operators being brought out, especially looking at Brava here, maybe one or two Ash charges, or never mind, no Ash charges available, so something might be invested for that. But the way they have played the side of counterplay, they may not even need a vertical pressure whatsoever. They can just probably dive in and be just fine with it. And they have shown times and times and that they can have their own very basic gameplay, and they're gonna be able to make a run for it. Pulsar will take some damage, but the problem is there is a Fink available, so heals might be coming in after all, as Elements will be doing just that the moment I said so. The Adrenaline Surge will be deployed. And I do love the LMG from her hand as well, because personally, I'm not the biggest fan of the spear because it feels like it's shooting a couple of bullets once into business base. Even though the LMG probably does way worse than that, but it does hit like a truck. And you have 100 bullets to live up to it. So it's technically an automatic DMR. At least that's my opinion. And now, the attackers, they are simply crouch walking their ways inside of the long table and probably gonna be able to run away with 1 or 2 frags here, but the two Barrows positions pretty damn good here. Grenades will be dispatched, but no damage whatsoever. It's gonna be the IQ instead who will take the first bite here. And now I have to admit, the Tubarao has found himself in a pretty solid position, as they will be able to he will be able to find one good position. He will be able to capitalize onto the player on red stairs, and now your entry onto the piano side has also been cut off. And looks like there will be some backups from the side. Oh yeah, white shares, and there you have it. Santi just came for one frag, and now he went away as well. As the players of counterplay is able to build up some momentum, but they have to hold it. They have 5 players available, and all they need to do is just cover each other for the time being. 20 seconds left on the clock. There will be some peaks coming in. Noki is able to find something, but problem is the time is not on their favor. With both players on very low on HP, they need to stick or maybe go for plans, and I don't think it's gonna be happening anytime soon, as the ace, or should I say the Ash, is pretty much stuck on an island. Go for the frags, but that's all he's gonna be able to find, and the clock will hit triple zeros as well, as the players of counterplay finally, good god, it took them 3 maps yesterday to break the curse of the 5-1, ladies and gentlemen. 3-2, as they are looking forward to make an equalization in the first half.
You know how it feels when that curse is broken. Now they're in it to win it. They can now equalize it, getting that 3-3 split, which is probably the best chance counterplay have to take their attack and then just dominate, giving themselves a 7-3. We've seen them do it closely before. We've seen them have it 5-1 and then come back. But the winners have to be decided. We have to see who takes the first map and who sends us to Fortress. Because, again, remember, this is GODSQUAD's pick. This was their idea to go to this. Layer is counterplays, and that's our next map. So GODSQUAD need to take this, because Layer's always a bit iffy. It's a bit on the rocks half the time. And right now, I'm wondering 2 big things, and I'm sure you are too. Roar is being brought. Okabe's being brought. Only Hard Breacher I can see. Well, never mind, no Roar anymore. This team doesn't have anything except for Ace. So if Ace gets taken out of ground early, taking that upstairs floor from Christmas onwards is still a very difficult task. Trying to go into Freezer, trying to go all the way to A, not ideal. Taking into B, dropping hatch and pushing, maybe going for the smoke flashes plan. There's no more bounds, so there's no point in saving the strap. This is your grand finals. This is the point where you have to try to go for that victory. And I'm wondering if they're just saving pocket shots, or maybe they're trying to play it slow, because right now, Okabe's calling. Got the phone check, gonna go downstairs and clear out any people there. There's only one, and that's the Jaeger. And Sledge is right now waiting for him. Okabe's clearing up, and here's the moment of truth. Whether they catch the Jaeger on the staircase, or they clear the first floor without any risk.
They have found success clearing out the first floor pretty much every single round whenever the defenders have gone to the top floor. Mind you, this is the 3rd time they are going to the top floor. And if that's the consistency they're going to be able to keep up, they should be just fine going in. And as it seems, they have taken out 1 player. I'm not sure where the Ella was, however, but I think they have probably found him somewhere around the 1st floor, maybe 2nd. And now, the Jaeger knows exactly where the Dokkaebi is going to be, but I don't think he's gonna be able to survive more, and I guess it's gonna remain consistent as Kavik's gonna be going down. Jaeger does survive, but that was his comrade also playing with him on the white stairs. Now he is stuck inside the laundry side. And I have to admit that GODSQUAD, yeah, they have the ace, as you said, and probably something to hide, but I don't quite think that's really the case. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, a good team coming into the side of Rixian, but hopefully for the side of counterplay, they will be playing on an equal ground here. Well, Santi's not gonna, just gonna be dropping some friendly benches there. But the point is that somehow GODSQUAD, they don't even need an ace to do anything whatsoever, because mind you, on the first round, the ace went down. I don't know if the piano wall was open even. On the second one, the piano wall was open, but the ace went down inside the freezer. So more than the ace helping them, it kind of backfired. I'm not blaming the player though, but it just was probably the end of the universe they had. But still, they were able to pull themselves out of the gutter on this particular objective. Somehow, they just understand where the players are gonna be. They have the proper reads every single time. And now, they know exactly where the players are. Yet again, counterplay understands that, yeah, we have lost this particular objective back-to-back twice. We cannot afford to do that, at least if we want to do an equalization. We are masters of comebacks, but we really want to risk it. we will be seeing some positionings into the toilet side and probably moving into freezer as well. I do love the position from the 2-bar out, trying to cover the mute and trying to play it safe as well, as the mute just doesn't have any form of movement available. It's gonna be a stalemate for him, but as it seems that Nomad's gonna be just pushing up onto the side. The C4 will be there for some awkward reason, but it's gonna be the Ace able to capitalize on that. And now the 2-bar out needs to find the isolations, finds the first, but now he is low on HP against the AK-12, the best gun in the game. The pre-fires just coming, but the calls are not gonna be accurate, but the pre-fires will still connect as the 2-bar went for the swing. He just couldn't play time there. Kind of unfortunate, but as I said, sometimes they don't need any form of strategy whatsoever to take the control of top floor, but this time the Ace will be coming in handy. 4-2 favoring the side of GODSQUAD on the first half.
Everyone knows the rules. You have a fight or flight response, or fight, flight, and freeze. He chose correctly. It's just the fact it's a DMR versus an AK. The amount of bullets versus the amount of fire, it isn't that equal, so you don't directly want to go for that challenge, and especially not try to sprint past them. As Ace and Mira are now removed, GODSQUAD is realizing their own mistakes, keeping a hard breach on the board, especially one with such a powerful weapon. Get rid of it. Get it gone. Counterplay, on the other hand, of choosing to go with a Mira ban similar to how the industry standard is, I'm a bit wondering if they're going to let Asami slide through this time, or they're going to get rid of her now, because GODSQUAD, giving them that rounds with Asami could be difficult. But they've chosen to get rid of Grim and Aruni. So maybe there's more to this. Maybe it's more for the fact that, yes, Grim can be very strong with his bees, or maybe they didn't want to be hurting any bumblebees this time with the cold on cafe. Something you gotta realize. We're in kitchen, we're going cooking. We need that honey. We need to get Aruni away from the kitchen for now because of her metal arm. But the big problems that we're seeing is it's 4-2. This is probably the best split we've seen from Counterplay so far. Yes, it came off the back of a chance for 3-3, but that's fine. It happens. It's not ideal, but it works, especially on a map like this, where it's a kill box with multiple locations, multiple angles, and you can go to the top floor, shooting all the way down into first. Just gotta play this out correctly. You gotta think about how you want to take this fight. Something that I'm not sure how well you'd be able to guess it, because if you're playing ranked or you're playing anything in this game, when you're playing King vertically, thinking comms, chat, you have to be thinking of that last moment plays. As the 6 picks come out, we're going into the first round of the split. We've got Mute, Asami, we've got Ormai, we have Solace, and we have Kaid for the defense half. On the attack, we've got Thermite, Roar, Capital, Blackbeard, and Nomad. And they're all ready to go straight into the kitchen door and just clear out. So there might be a chance for a rush, but I think it's going to be a bit more slow.
I wouldn't be surprised if Counterplay goes for a rush, because we have seen them going for FBI open up plays previously, and they are masters of it. But mind you, GODSQUAD is bigger masters when it comes to going for retakes, so they better be watching out for that. There is something I just realized from the side of GODSQUAD, that they're playing this objective without a castle, so pretty interesting to say the very least, because sometimes it's really difficult to hold onto this particular area, or should I say onto this small bakery if you don't have one. But if they're comfortable with it, be my guest. And as it seems, Counterplay, they are not going to be able to do the perfect rush as they probably were planning on, as the Blackbird has been taken out, even though they have control of bakery at the moment. But still, they gotta go for these angles first and then find the isolations, because even when it comes to HP in general, it's really not favoring them whatsoever, considering that Rora is already low on HP, while the defensive side, they're just simply gonna be using this Rora shield to allow some flexibility from the opposition, but now they can simply play red stairs without any fear. There will be probably a jump out, I think, which happened from the side of the Rora, but I think it was cancelled out because she went back. But now the attackers will probably have to go for a breach here, but there is an AMP available from the Capital, so a way better approach from their side. But now when it comes to whatever happens after the breach, it's gonna be a little bit more difficult, because there's still a lot of players playing onto their red stairs. So if that's still not cleared, you simply cannot go for any form of plans, considering the fact that you have to take this head on. Nice shots coming from the side of RXTN and from the side of Elements, getting a double. And now it's all of the Capital with the newest JMR addition onto the game, but the shots will not connect. And a flawless run comes from the side of GODSQUAD. This team just has unparalleled coordination from the side of counterplay. I'm not trying to not trying to belittle them by any means, but God Squad just understands what's gonna happen at what given time, and boy oh boy, how do you counter this?
The answer is the counting it is get comfortable or get wild. Because at the moment it's just them being red. They're getting into the position, they're trying to go for plays. Blackbeard getting taken out early by the C4 was unfortunate. It was just a yeet out the window. It happened to catch him. It does happen. But the rest of the team, they got to their execution. But because Blackbeard wasn't live, they stalled for that half a second where it just they got stuck. They couldn't get out of it again. They got shut down, held in choke point. Couldn't adapt quick enough. So there's a couple things they can do. First off, talking to the team, making sure the communication's good, flowing, making sure that all information is known. If you're getting pinched or you're going for a swing, you've got cover to refrag or try to go for the pick. Player outside the window got held and killed quickly because there was a soloist there watching. But Gomai was still there, you had smoke there, you had quite a few people, meaning that site was clear with just 2 to 3. You had the long range guns, as you said, with the DMRs. But as we can see, Vigil going for the spawn peak again, it's going to come down to this risk whether Vixen can answer. He's gonna have to, because right now they need that advantage.
Good.
And he does get it on the Kavik, which is huge. This is the problem. They're reading the enemy just perfectly. The pre-fire came out just chef's kiss a bit too early for Kavik to think he was safe and go, so they're on out. For now, they are prepped and waiting for it. They need to equalize again. And that's probably what they're going to have to try and do, looking for that pick. For now, they can't risk too much.
Well, that's also your nomad off the board. That does allow the roamers, or should I say Vigil in particular, to be a lot more aggressive when it comes to the runouts, and probably not going to allow the attackers to go for any form of repel action, especially on piano side. So it's going to be quite complicated, but hopefully for the side of the attackers, they do have an answer, as Snoop will be able to get one, maybe a follow-up from, not from him exactly, but from the same DMR, thanks to Hibana's addition as well. So that is a good start for the attackers, but not something they can sleep on. C4s are prepped to go for any form of aggression. Will not connect though, so that's also kind of good for the attackers, but problem is they still gotta go for these particular angles, and that is a problem for them, because anybody or any willing defender can simply still go for a basement take, or also not the basement, who am I kidding, this map doesn't even have one, for a first floor or second floor take and go for a run out. That puts the Capital in much more of a worse position, but hopefully for the attackers, they have down the mute through the hat, so if they had a shotgun or something, maybe they would have been able to confirm it, as the castle I think the Azami cannot go for any form of support. And now there will be a confirmation yet again. It's a 1v4 for the side of the for the defender, and it's going to be quite difficult to say at the very least, as he may have the pings coming in from the Valkyrie cameras or maybe even from the bulletproof, but now he's spotted out, as the Twitch zone will call it out. How do you win these 1v1s? I don't think it's going to be possible, at least for the time being, as Dido able to find that kill thanks to the informations being dispatched. Attackers, even with a kind of an oopsie on the very beginning of the round, able to pull themselves out of the gutter, at least hunting down the roamers on the first floor was the winning key here. So counterplay, 2 more rounds to go for the equalization, and I don't know actually, because God Squad, yeah, they do stumble upon every now and then, but they still can pull themselves pretty quickly. So counterplay, this is probably the best chance you're gonna get.
It's interesting that you say that, because yes, Stokeheavy could have opened the hatch to confirm the mute, but I think it was probably better just to keep him down. They understood that, hey, if mute's next to that hatch, he's definitely down and out. Don't even go for the confirmation just yet. Wait until you're safe to know you're able to push in, because wrong call it can take the round. And I think that's what they're playing now. They're playing safer, and it actually did work out for them. They slowed down their pace just enough where they didn't match God Squad quite enough, but it's where they didn't feel like they were spinning their wheels. As you can see, they executed perfectly, just clearing floor by floor, and then making sure when they went in, they still had a 3-man focus on their objective. Much better third round from them. But here comes the problem. It's 5-3 now. We've not seen what their playstyle's like been on Cafe. Neither is their opponents. As cap cans now being brought, so trap operators are on the table. We also have Fuse, which means that they might just be planning to go for a full execution run. If that's their objective, that's their win con, fine. But it's all going to come out to this moment of how can you read it, how can you give the right call out. As Dukebi watches and covers his teammates going up for the repel, it's all going to come out to this moment. Because
I'm
right
more-
now, sorry, go ahead.
You finish first. I was about to talk about the views first, but finish first.
No, I was going to say, because if they try to go for the top floor and then the defenders relinquish control, Fuse can destroy them. They know that for a fact. They've brought shotguns in the past for operators like Buck, so they might be playing more to like that idea. But Fuse doesn't work the way. He's a lot more punishing.
That's
Now go ahead.
at the same time, like, considering they have a Solus, that's gonna be a little bit of a problem because yeah, Fuse does stay a little bit safer compared to a Pulse being present in the opposition because the Pulse can simply see for you while the Solus can probably do some impacts and do some damage. Because as you're at 3 armor, you probably will not be. I don't know if you're probably gonna be going down to 2 back-to-back impacts, maybe with 1 HP probably, but even then, you have gotta make sure that the defenders are gonna be distracted when it comes to going for those cluster charges. But as it seems, it's gonna be the Solus being a bit more prominent when it comes to the gunplay, as the Fuse will take an entry here with the shield available as well. Now he needs to be aggressive on these takes. Wait a second, that's not the PMM. I was expecting the PMM in his hand because that gun does a 2-shot anywhere, considering it does 62 damage per shot. But boy, oh boy, we are going to be seeing the cluster charges being deployed now. Maybe some collateral damage as well onto the defenders, or maybe not, as the Solus is still expecting someone to be greedy onto the red stairs. A really brave decision from their side. Capcan traps being destroyed there, and finally the Solus will be going down in the hands of the Nomad. So some solid foundation has been found from the attacking side, even though the defenders are still very much alive, but HP advantage is something they have to keep in mind. White Stairs does have a lot of pressure, and if the callouts are going to be there, it's going to be difficult for the attackers to take any form of control, but simply put, they can go for library take. If they can fuse it out, and if they can have a control onto the laundry side, they should be more than just fine going in. But 30 seconds left on the clock, they got to make the decisions quickly. I do believe Dokebi has one more phone call. Yes, she does. And now this phone call needs to be synchronized with those timings as well, so the defender stays very busy. Toxic Blaze will be tossed in to burn some time, but sadly there is nobody to be seen, at least for the time being. Maybe the attackers are just trying to burn the time. The cluster charges will be deployed, but it's gonna be none other than the Fuse himself to refrag from the grave. And now the clock is ticking down slowly but surely, as the mute is 1 HP, but all he needs to do is find the diffuser. But there will be some cover to the smoke as well. Good God and good timing after all, as he is gonna be able to pull this off. My, oh my.
These teams absolutely grinding each other's gears. Just, it's the banter. You have to understand it. It's those moments where they're gonna try and be that aggressive player. They're gonna try and use their calls and the intel and information. Yes, everyone can say, "What is that? What is going on? You cannot do that." But Siege has evolved over the years. You've got the audio, you've got the calls, you know where they're coming from, you've got drones up for it. But as a tactical timeout will be called, we're just going to have to wait and see how they want to play this. But I can kind of get it. That was nuts. That round was crazy. GODSQUAD probably could have had that because they had the amount of people they needed. 4 rounds. And then the sprint down. The absolute rush through. Calling yourself out, fine. Back yourself. Believe in yourself. But when Rixian was there upstairs, punishing the players who weren't checking corners, getting the twitch down first, standing on the staircase, not ideal, but it was good chance for giving that phantom pressure away. Right now, though, as the tactical timeout has to end, it's all coming down to the operator choices. It's all coming down to how they choose to play it. With Mute, My Sauce, Kaid, and Castle now being brought, Kitchen Service probably will be the best chance to try and hold it. They've just got to read the right chances for these attackers. Counterplay, though, it's interesting because their attacks are very strong. Definitely a team that favors the attack on Cafe, but a few interesting aspects you can go over. First, Asami and Dokebi being taken off the table, meaning information will be as easily readily available. You can't hack cameras unless you bring something like a Bravo, which still means you have to bring a drone and you have to risk it. And now they're thinking more aggressive playstyle, so don't even worry about it. They're bringing Kai just to be there as a deterrent more than anything, to slow down and be like, hey, You want to open stuff? You can do it. Just you have to burn your own utility. We won't let it make it easy for you. Biggest problem I'm seeing, and I'm sure a lot of people at home are too, when it comes to Solus, when it comes to Omai and this comp that we're seeing from GODSQUAD, is it the right one for trying to hold the site? Yes, they're cutting off information and gains and stuff like that, but they know that counterplayer are willing to bring Ash and just burn as much as they can. Even if Habana would be stronger, she can't get past the mid jammer. And with the Thermite going for the outer wall, it looks like they're planning on just playing the long angle and just giving themselves that little bit of an advantage. And as the call it will probably be said right now. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it should have been pink. Now it's gray. Well,
Yep.
that is kind of a confusing one because it just evolves so quickly. Because on some particular times, you know, people just sticks with the older call. For example, I can't remember, at least in Siege, but anywho, as the attackers are opting to go for a bit more of a aggressive attack, as you mentioned, I kind of do appreciate having a Deimos this time, as it will allow the roamers to be hunted down, or maybe to force them to fall back to the objective where they're going to be a little bit more safer, or maybe to use Deimos as a vertical character, because of course the Vendetta does a lot of soft destruction, and all you need probably is just the track and the DMR. It's not a DMR, but it technically is a pocket DMR because it does destroy hatches if you shoot it enough, while the DMRs do as well. So that does it is allowed on that board, so it does have the flexibility for those particular plays, and at the same time having the sledge as well will definitely remove the defenders from some key angles where you don't want them to be, and with the blitz you can definitely flush them out from particular choke angles. For example, this Solus is going to be targeted by the blitz now, and with that in equation, I think the attackers are kind of free to go for the reach onto the freezer wall, considering the sledge is already going for the verticalities, and there's a very high chance that he will be able to find the electrofall if that's deployed there, that is. And I don't believe that's the case because I do see footholds being available, and now the defenders, they're trying to play this as safe as possible, understanding that the entire roster on the opposition is extremely aggressive. But guess what? The Blitz is going to be way more aggressive on this take with a P90. Even with the 50 bullets, will not be able to take out the Blitz, even though he is super low on HP. And now Panic able to find one more onto the mute. The verticality is playing out to be perfectly, and the attackers, they have found their footing. Now all they have to do is find the isolations, go for the plan, and just walk away with an equalization. And I guess they will just find that when their opposition's pants are down, but looks like it's gonna be applicable for the IQ as well. 42 as the Blitz doesn't take the corner, the K is gonna be going out, all fire, hell blazing, and now it's all onto the sledge here on a 1v2. A very perfectly executed round has been given away to the opposition GODSQUAD. Now, all they need to do is just play time. There is a grenade in the hands of the sledge, but I guess he will not even be needing it, as Frags is in his name, and Frags better is gonna frag better after all with that shotgun, or should I say the TCSG, as he's also gonna have a Benter dropping out on the chat. GODSQUAD staying on match point on map 1.
We go to that penultimate round, and I've got to say it's so devastating when those moments come. Especially when it was just a kite. He just needed to look right or just drone that little bit extra. They had the timer, but the Russian thinking sight should be clear. Somebody was above. They just got a kill on sight. Somebody wanting to go back in and hide somewhere that they could be taken out easily. Never second guess it. Check it every time. And that's the problem. They thought, hey, you know what? We line it up, but we should knock him down. GODSQUAD living up to the name when it was just two people. Only point of contact or point of contrast I would say is Castle almost lined up with Kaid. It looked almost perfect at the end. So if Sedge had won the fight, there was a high chance him just keeping the trigger down would have been enough to get Castle as well. So don't be that risky when you're trying to, be there for the refrag. But I can't say anything. It was a beautiful play style coming out from them, and it worked great. Mute will probably play a bit more fastly in Cigar, as we can see, and this time close the hatch. Understandable. You've seen how the Kebi like to shoot through it last time. I'm also going to say one more thing, just because my thought process is going for it right now. Bragg's better is really opening up and being a stronger player now for this team. But
why did you say that? Why did you say that?
Gets the spawn peaks, and the good night does have to come out because, ouch, 4v5. They won't let that go past again. Kaid's DMR is too much, not bringing Turbo Rouse to the battle as well. That's what they've said. fair enough, it does happen. But that's a lot of utility gone since he's somebody who keeps all his utility through the round. 3 counters in his pocket now gone. The only aspect that might come into question here is whether or not this C4 on mute can actually be the starting factor here. If they can catch one of these two people the moment they open the hatch, or whether he's going to lose his life when they shoot it down. As hatch is now opened, waiting for it, throws it, does not catch anyone, runs back safely, does get back into the hole, but the long angle being held by Captain as well.
Oh my lord, the
Gone
Gone
Six
6!
is the secondary, but Doe was there to cover him. Oh, panic. Literally panicking for his life. But Doe getting the triple kill, going for that quad, wanting to try to get the ace, but he's going to jump in at the wrong time. But he does survive it, but Elements is there. SMG-11 working out, becoming a 2v3 very quickly, and a 1v3 to finish it now, because Kavic's there as reinforcement. It's up to Romai, but you have to run away because Monty is chasing you down. And Counterplay took the round. Again, these moments come around. Again, Gone 6, I don't understand that idea. Yes, you don't have the bullets, but you got to remember your secondaries. 6-5, one more round, and we go to overtime. This cannot be allowed to happen again, because if we go to overtime on map 1, we're going to overtime on all 5 maps tonight. But 6-5, we're going to have to see how far we go with this. Ash, Twitch, Mute, Glaz, and Line for the attackers. They have their 6th pick, though. Mute, Valkyrie, Womai, Solus, and Tubarao. I've got the numbers here if you want to hear something really weird going on. So, we don't have the stats for Nokis, and we don't have the stats for Santi, as they didn't play yesterday. But these players are still trying to catch up and trying to equalize. So, Santi is caught up to where Panic is on the board I have on my little Excel sheet. But Nokis is trying, and it's really close to happening, to catching up to the same way as Pulse, which that's kind of surprising because Rixon was the man of the match last time. He was absolutely dominating, and this time he's slowed down a bit. He's getting that assistance to his team that's needed, but we just got to see how they want to play this.
For certain, as of now, the game, especially after the last round, it is turning explosive, and I guess it's not quite gonna go down to the frags fight. Even though frags are definitely the name of the game, it does come down to the factor that how much cover they are offering. Mind you, the Solus ran out from a window. I'm just referring something that was not Claymored. That was kind of unfortunate for the player because he did also have the Con 6 and whatnot. But at the same time, they were able to answer back quickly as well. I believe Erickson was the person with the SMG-11, mind you, with a double kill onto the piano side. Even though, yeah, it was not the best of it, but still. Something we can work on. Elements, able to find the opening frag onto Dido. Okay, my god, the GNs do be coming in left, right, and yeah. Oh, yeah, it was. And thank you for that heads up, by the way.
No, it's okay. They're just answering phone calls at this moment when the C4 has to be tossed out exactly, and they answer it with the face. Not good. This is the problem. Doe was getting answered way too early on, and that quick flick as well coming out. Here's the problem. Frags Better has 10 HP in a dream, but Solus can red ping for his team. So a lot of intel, a lot of information game is coming out. So they can't just blindly go for the push-ups and try to walk it. But now they're waiting for it. Now this Solus is going to try to go for the run out. This window is actually clear, but Fuse has already run straight through. He might catch the Solus. Rixon versus Fuse, not a great match when you have a shield, and Rixon's got your headshot number. But a good thing Santi's there to get the refrag. It's still a 2v4, so DMR and an AK, it's winnable, but it's tight, especially when you're going to go up against Tubarao, who is 1 HP in a dream and downs the Twitch. Now it's down to a 1v4. The man is upstairs on the ceiling, so Kavik has to clutch it out. We've seen him do it before, but Twitch isn't going to be able to help him. He can try to go for the hatch drop. He can try to cover it, but as the finish does come out, 1v4. You don't have the safety, and as the quick flick comes out, Pulse gets it, and that's the first map. And it was a good match, all to say. You come back to our lovely faces in a second, and Cresto will give you a bit of a rundown to the adverts. But I was insane. Gotta say, 7-5, it does happen. It was a good match. Well, next is gonna be later. So, Cresto, tell me more. Tell me what amazing things are coming for these Eon leagues and for everything to come with Axis.
Well, you did refer that the grand finalists, or should I say the winners of this tournament, is going to be winning $100, €100, mind you. I keep forgetting the
Yes.
currencies here, and they will be qualifying onto the E1 Series 6, which will be starting on March. Well, the season 5 is still ongoing, as it seems, and the grand final is going to be hosted on January the 18th. While the runner-up, well, sadly, they're not going to be getting any money because it is winner take it all, but they will also be qualified. They will be qualifying onto the Fire Series Season 2, which is going to be starting from February. Season 1 is still ongoing, and that grand final will be hosted on January the 8th. So honestly, there's not too much to take away here. There might be some cash for the side of the winner here, but I would rather say it's more about the experience the players are going to be getting from this, because you get to play more, you get some more time with your team, and you do develop a little bit more as a player. So that's the information we have from the side of Grand Final. And from the side of Exit 2026, as the new year have begun, I believe we are still in this winter series, if I'm not wrong, if I'm
Winter
correct.
2025. Yep, but you're correct.
Because yeah, I'm the new one here, so it's gonna be a little bit more complicated from my end. But I believe the second series will be starting from February, which will, as I mentioned, it's gonna be with the top two teams qualifying already, and eventually it's gonna be starting on spring final 2026. And I don't quite have a date on it. I do believe the prize pool and the positions are gonna be remaining the same, but yeah, as I said, I'm the new one here. You'll have to introduce me with that.
Don't worry, you've got basically everything correct. So, Access Series 2026, the circuit goes from February to April. Make sure to get your qualifiers in. Make sure to understand that these are your best pathways to going into Fire Series and Eon. Fire Series looking at more of a, hey, you're coming into this match, you're the final one up after you win Access Series, go straight in, your place is set. It starts on January 8th, so 4 days from now. The people who are in this match actually go into that. So you might have a chance to go up against these absolute units, absolute titans, people who shoot through smoke, people who wall bang, people who C4 perfectly, getting your number every time. But we're going to go for a quick break, let the players rest, recoup, and chat to themselves. And we'll see you all in the next one. as we can see in chat with the players being highly respectful, angry, aggressive, it's just what it is. Welcome to Siege. Welcome to the idea that we're all over 18. We should be playing this game with respect and honor. And we'll be heading into the match in just a moment. Layer is where we're going to. I need to hear your opinion, Crest, as we head into this.
Honestly speaking, well, well, the side of God Squad, they know how their opposition plays counterplay. They have won the map previously on a scoreline to 8-7. Mind you, that is maximum overtime, and that's just an indication that yeah, the side of counterplay is a tad bit better when it comes to this map in particular. But mind you, the key word here is tad bit better. Even though it's actually not one word, it's 4 words actually. I just realized. But if the side of God Squad understands and remembers how their opposition plays, boy, oh boy, this is gonna be a messy one to say the very least. And we are really looking forward to it to say it, but again, it's going to be something which should be answered by the players. I do keep saying that quite a lot, I just realized, but counterplay, you know what the opposition's, or should I say, God Squad's weaknesses are, while God Squad understands their opposition's strengths. This is definitely going to come down to how often and how well they have their the strategies to be executed, because whatever happened previously, chances are very high that they will not find success, especially from the side of counterplay. I remember one thing, that is having someone on the ground floor to go for the verticalities when it comes to the basement objective, and even to some extent to the top floor, was the name of the game. And in case it was Armory, I remember they also happened to play I think it was the Melusi who was playing on the mask room to put up vertical pressure. So these are some things which may be present, but it will not as easy as it was. And no surprises to see a clash being taken out from the side of counterplay, because last time I don't think clash was banned. I think it was banned from the side of counterplay to deny any form of utilities from the side of God Squad, but counterplay was free to play the operator at least for some rounds. So that's not gonna be in the play anymore.
We learned from the lessons from yesterday and just had to keep it chill. But we know how strong Clash can be on this map. We've seen it come from them before. And we're wondering, do we see that 1-5 split again? Or are we going to see them do a direct challenge? This time, Kids made it through. Bandit's been banned. So it's all going to come down to this moment where Mira can still be picked. A lot of straps can still be brought. If you've done your change, it's just going to have to decide how far can they push this? How far can they try to rebel and boast? Two things I'm wondering, real quick, and I'm sure you guys are at home, and my co-caster is today. When the first engagement starts, how long until the domino effect continues, just toppling one by one? So as you can see with Glass trying to hold the tight angle, you actually can get a kill through that drone hole. I've done it before myself now. So, see,
Are you
so
sure?
close. Yes, it is possible. And as the Legion takes a little bit of foot damage there, you can see it's that risk. It's not worth it all the time, but it does happen. So, as they sprint away from the engagements and try to keep themselves alive for now, we've seen how counterplay like this. You've said, hey, they've got to do it this way, but as Cade just tricks the thermite charge perfectly on time for it,
I don't think
it's
it
not
is.
going to. Actually, I think it's just 2 seconds too late. Actually, it's probably a Thatcher because he's got 4 charges instead of 6. And with a quick stand up, about to have to come out from Deimos,
Oh my
loses
lord.
his head though. The timing on that Rexon just getting the pick. 4v4 with 2 minutes left. Not ideal, but a good start.
Absolutely, gotta admire the patience of that Rexen as well, as he waited till the very last second of the fuse time on that grenade, and now on a 4v4 situation, things are looking pretty nasty here, but still very winnable for either of the sides. Well, the Legion is somewhat tagged thanks to the Glacia, and somehow I just remember that the only person I saw getting a kill through that drone hole was aggressive. Well, kind of missed the lad at the moment here, but still, it looks like the attackers will find some form of map control over here onto operational thanks to the flashbang being deployed from the Dokubi, but I don't think they have much to do over here considering there is no utilities to breach onto the mask room, but I guess they're gonna be just fine going in forward as the Wayne wall has been opened up. But if it was open, they could have had a bit more angles probably. DDU getting rid of Rick standing here, and now will be able to fall back, understand that he has an advantage. Oh boy, that's a phone as well to give full access to the opposition, to get the opposition's cameras actually. So now the defenders, they're going to be in a dilemma to either keep the cameras for themselves or destroy them. Problem is, it may also include some good cameras, which could have been handy when it comes to having a bit more of an information. But DDO with the SMG-12 is just way too good on that for now. Frag's better, trying to find someone. Yes, he will find someone's feet over there. Could have been a banter there, but I guess they're not going to be focusing on that quite yet because they need to keep themselves alive and pretty much in favor. And looks like they will. Kavik is the last player standing. Legion on low HP, but still, considering there is a crossfire setup from the side of the Cade and the Legion, they should be more than fine going in forward as they're just holding on to these angles, trying to find these isolations. They don't even need an isolation. They just need to burn the time here. Cade might even be hearing the footsteps here. Timing is of the essence here. Both the players have technically DMRs, the oldest people, but it's gonna be the Thatcher who will go down. An interesting position to be stuck on, but at least we know the Thatcher has gone down. So amazing execution from the side of GODSQUAD, and yeah, I think we're stuck here for a while.
Oh, you'll come back to our lovely faces in a second, but that's tough. As Thatcher goes down again, he breaks the game. You got to remember, Thatcher, new DMR, game breaking. New Thatcher, new DMR, game breaking. It's just those moments where when he dies as the final person standing, the game has nobody to switch to, and there's just a little bit of broken code that still needs to be patched. I thought they had patched it when I was looking at the hotfix notes, but they have not. So, a couple things to remember. Rooney had a similar bug. It's now been patched for sure. I've tested it, I've checked myself. I bring Rooney to my ranks. Thatcher, though, if you're the last man standing, you can't be watching his POV during the kill cam. We're going to wait for the rehost to quickly come through. Everybody in chat, keep it light, keep it hearted, keep it fun. But that's still a 1-0. And that's quite a good start for God play. For GODSQUAD.
Well, you know, I haven't thought that it could have been a bug that Thatcher is gonna be the last player surviving, and then if he goes down, the game is gonna crash. Well, innovation at its peak. But anywho, I must admit that GODSQUAD, they were able to like hunker down pretty well when it came to the last seconds of the round. So I, I kind of it just gives me some deja vu vibes over here because they have found these things over and over again, regardless if they have an advantage or not. Because I think even yesterday there were some rounds where it was clearly a lead for counterplay. Especially they had like at least a two-man lead, and still GODSQUAD were able to pull themselves out of the gutter, and that's really admirable. And considering this is a map where I can't even say struggled because they won 7 rounds against the 8 of counterplay, they should be looking a little bit more stronger here. So counterplay needs to understand that okay, these are things we have done previously. We cannot do these again and again because we cannot expect to have the success rate as it was. So that's just one factor. But at the same time, maybe having something a bit more unique to their approach may be beneficial. But at the same time, GODSQUAD, they're flying on the skies and they're pretty much a phoenix at this point. And I don't want to bring them down anytime soon, but we do want to see Fortress in action. In order to do that, the side of counterplay needs to start with the second map, or maybe third as well. But mind you, this is again their own circuit map. They have shown their dominance, but oh well. You know what? I will be eating up my words at the moment. It was not dominance because it was a victory, but GODSQUAD, they have gave a run for their money.
It's interesting that you say that because these moments that you get to see, that stalling that can come out, can be a bit of a detriment for two reasons. One, you say that, hey, you've never seen these moments happen. You've never seen these things break so badly. This is a small indie dev team. You got to remember, Siege is only made by like 8 people in a basement, but it's got 10 years of experience. It's got 10 years of love. Changes have come. We're into Siege X, so there's going to be bugs. There's going to be things like that. But it's just thinking about the teams themselves, the players. They're going to understand that it's not against the rules. They can do that. They can bring those advantages that they believe, but it's all going to be coming down to, can you use it effectively? We can now combat a lot of things people can do, but we can't actually answer exactly what needs to be ticked off on a checkbox. So we're going to have to go to a break, but I want to give everyone a quick rundown of access as it's coming to you again. So quickly, just a quick pause to say, Well, today's winner get €100. Qualifies for Eon Series 6, and Season 5 is still ongoing. So be sure to watch that as well. Grand finals for Season 5 is January 18th. But Fire Series, which is still ongoing as well, Season 1, the grand finals is on January 8th. 4 days from now. You might think you see some of these great teams playing in this, think, oh, well, that's cool. The winner of these gets to go on to those two tournaments. First place gets to go on to Eon, doesn't have to go with the qualifiers. Second place, the runner up, gets to go to Fire Series Season 2 without having to go through qualifiers as well. So, win or lose, yes, you might miss out on €100, but you're in for a good, long, competitive streak and you get to enjoy some good Siege. So, we're going to head to a break and we'll catch you guys in a sec.
Now we're back into the
And welcome
action, lady.
back.
Exactly. Well, we were talking about some interesting stuff back there, Star, because I was still processing like how is that bug a thing. But anywho, we gotta move on with the game. The show needs to go on, and now we are proceeding into the second round of this game. And hopefully, we are not going to be seeing Thatcher. Maybe. Oh, never mind. It's not going to be the case. So we can actually at least hope that it's not going to be happening. But from the side of God Squad, they were able to pull an amazing round from their side and counterplay. Well, good attempt from their side, but I think they're going to be shining a little bit more on their defensive side. Mind you, they did the same thing yesterday on the same map, but there's a very high chance God Squad is going to be expecting that. So counterplay needs to be prepared for these particular takes as we head into the basement with pretty much an identical setup we had compared to yesterday. Maybe having no, never mind. Actually, it is technically identical. While on the other side of the spectrum, to the side of God Squad, I was quite expecting the recruit to be prominent here, but I guess it's gonna be changed for a Ram instead for the verticalities, while it is Snoop opting to go for a Monty take. Well, makes sense as there have been a lot of pressure from either of these teams on their attacks onto Warehouse. So chances are very high that they're gonna be going for that particular area head on and then send someone for the verticals. But mind you, both the players will be sending some form of roam, whether it be shallow or deep, to burn some chunk of the attacking side. And as it seems, both the teams are pretty strong on their defenses. And if it remains true, maybe we'll be seeing another overtime on this map.
It's interesting that you say that because I'm thinking about how this is going to work as Monty just runs in no fear, doesn't have to worry about anything at all. And it's those kind of moments where I'm saying that he's got to give the right choices. He's got to go the distance. It's close because he could actually be the one to first find his first engagement. But again, he's in. He's opening hatches. There's no real fear to be done, and there's no real pressure stopping him. He's pushed in. Hopefully, Kev here can hopefully find one, but if not, things might get a bit spicy.
He does play it a little bit safer, and I kind of like it because there's a very high chance that attackers did not drone out the yellow stairs quite yet, and if they did not, Melissa is gonna have all you can eat buffet over here. But hopefully he will be found out by the Monty. Will take some damage, but not something he needs to worry about. But that is still a good chunk of map control enabled from the attacking side. And now I believe the verticalities will be coming in thanks to the Ram. The Solis will be targeted by the Deimos here, and I believe the defenders will not let go filtration that easily. And looks like Panic's the first line of contact here from the side of Elements and the side of God Squad. They're just picking off one by one players as they take these isolations. Monty is all by himself here. That is, never mind. There is a backup actually from the Deimos, and now answers will be found as they have taken control of filtration. I believe Monty has one more can opener to open that wall up as well to split, and that kind of does allow them to have some angles into the left side and Toxin. So if they happen to go for or plan to go for a turtle strat, they will be allowed to do that. And now Dokebi coming for the verticals along with the Ram. The flank is gonna be there, but he's just gonna be expecting that. Good shots coming from the side of DDO, and now he's also allowed to go for the hacks if he wants to. By hacks, I mean the phone hack that is, by the way, mind you. So DDO able to get a double, going post for the drop instead. So he is going for frags all out, but I guess that's all for him for now as Fragsbitter will be able to shut him down. The Toxic Base will do a lot of damage to the Monty as he's technically a fish in a barrel at this moment, and now it's all up to Kavik in a 1v2.
Ooh, when you say it's a 1v2, it's down to just 1v0 quickly. Well, it's that moment where the SMG-11 is in your hands. Do you feel confident? No, you have to be able to challenge it without fear. And when it's in God Squad's hands, it's impossible. You gotta just try and swing and hope for the best. Something that we're not sure how it's coming to is the fact of, hey, these teams, we're going to bunks, we're going to first floor now. They went to basement. They're taking their victories in stride. It's coming from the moments of like, it's close, it's tight. They're trying to go for the push and trying to go for the plants, but they're not able to solidify it just yet. Counterplay, though, have shown a lot of conviction, a lot of changes to be made. First round, they had the man count advantage, but they lost it just at the end. In round 2, God Squad have felt more comfortable. They set themselves up early, nice, and cleared it. This time, though, I'm wondering if it's gonna be the same. They're trying to do that a little bit more. They don't have the same team as they did yesterday, so there's a couple unknown variables and factors. Some players are missing, some players have been switched out. So Counterplay has to now counter the new ones who can be that decision maker. Last match, we all know, it came down to overtime. So I'm more worried about Solus. more worried about shotgun picks, more worried about frags getting those headshots that actually need to count now. It just needs to come out whether Kavik can get the shots he needs to go for that victory early on.
Kavik is a pretty aggressive player, if you ask me, and he does connect the shots when the times are correct. But at the moment, it is still a very beginning phase of the round, so maybe he's not feeling at his best. So I'm not gonna be like calling him out quite yet. And he's also playing for his team, as it seems, as he is the one who's gonna be playing the Thermite, as the Thatcher is gonna be going for the backup to allow the Thermite to open up that breach onto Armory. Well, tricks are gonna be there, but I don't think it's gonna be working out quite yet because the Tubara will be freezing the exothermic charge for the time being, as he's simply spamming it. But now it's gonna be a fight between the utilities of the old people, or the old men, if I might, even though Zero is the oldest character in the game. But still,
Not
before he
true.
was, well, both of these boomers, if I may, were technically the talk of the town, the old dogs. And I think it's all a matter of consistency and, how do I put it? It's a matter of stubbornness, if I may, because both of them are just spamming their utilities to make sure the kill happens, but it's going to be Pauza who will find something else on the other side of the map. It's the Deimos, and now that puts the attackers on a little bit more of a complicated position because they cannot go for a head-on take onto the top floor, considering the smoke. And not, I think the smoke is still inside the objective. The Ella is still at large. Snoop will be taken out by the KDR, and now I believe the wall has been opened up, but the lead technically favors the side of the attackers. The defenders, who am I kidding? As they are just taking off frags one by one, as the Thermite and the Thatcher, the best duo in the game, survives. But yeah, we gotta keep an eye out for the Thatcher DMR, however, mind you. So that is just one factor, but I don't think too much will be answered from the attacking side here.
I wouldn't say that just yet. Also, I have to correct myself. Zero is the oldest character at 63. Cade is only 58, which is still kind of mad to me. But in a 2v5, everyone's still alive on site with a lot of utility, including Cade charges. Yes, you have Thatcher with one in his pocket, but going for even the direct outside push is not going to be solid enough. It's not going to be safe enough.
Are they taking a
Because
pause?
yeah, they're going to take the tactical timeout, and I respect that. You don't need a Padre KD. Maybe let them bait and run for it. 30 seconds. This gives them time to analyze their plays and hopefully get that opening pick to try and push in. But otherwise, it's best just to say, hey, we've lost round 3-0. We've seen them come back from 5-1, so this isn't an awful idea for them. Plan for the next round. Plan for your operation being planned because you know where they're going to next. They've won all 3 sites first that you think they could go to. The 4th option, and then reset. So it's just a time of, I think you can now pad your KD if you want to, but it's over. They understand that, they respect it, fair enough. It's coming down to these moments where counterplay have seen how they've changed and seen how their plays come out, but it's not ideal.
That's for certain. And now counterplay. Well, I do appreciate this pause timer coming in as well. Technically, this is technically a very early phase of the game, and they are very calm. At least that's what I expect them to be. And chances are very high through this pause timer, they're going to be able to bring themselves on the same page of the book yet again. And honestly, now that they know how their opposition plays, at least on the previous 3 objectives, that's point number 1. And secondly, they knew how they played on the previous game as well yesterday. So they should be able to take a little bit more of a better approach. That's what I believe. But even then, the biggest wow factor is gonna be how they do not give the body count early on, because there have been occasions, mind you, the players of GODSQUAD who died on spawn peaks. Again, they were on defense and still they were able to pull themselves out of that position. Counterplay.
I
They
think we need to
have-
get the AKs back. We need to get those ACOGs for everybody.
Probably. I'm not gonna lie about it, but after this ban, at least, they'll probably have a harder time like deciding that, okay, where do we start from here then? Because now the biggest pressure is gonna be on the Hibana here, or maybe the can openers to go for those breaches, because yeah, you can still find some value with maybe with a Maverick as well, but when it comes to Thermite and Ace in particular, the breaches are usually a bit more wider and you breach a little bit faster. That makes a little bit more sense, especially when you need those lines of sight as soon as possible. And now, with these in equation, GODSQUAD just wants to nullify these choke angles, if I may. Not exactly angles in game, but rather some factors, if I may. This is actually hard for me to put it on words because counterplay, yeah, you can do something on defense, but on attack, yeah, you really gotta step up your game. And as it seems, Frag's better. He has seen what his opposition did on the previous day. Mind you, this is not something Frag's better did yesterday. This is something I believe it was Kavik, I believe, who was holding onto the matchroom table with that, and he
Mhm.
found pretty good success along with the mirror window because that created a one-way angle. So, is it gonna happen again? Considering it is Counterplay's own strategy.
Okay, I can understand that. I'm just trying to think of how do you best handle this? Because you're saying that, oh, they're trying to set this up, they're trying to go for these kills, spawn peaks they're normally dying to, they're playing a bit safer. Well, how do you explain this part where Warden's sitting right next to the door, hoping to try and get an early pick on one of these players with the swing? Because it does work, but you can't just blindly go for the jump down. And if Kai now peaks as he's planning to, he could either get Thatcher, Thermite, or sorry, Thatcher, and also grabbing
Right.
the Sentry. But it's just not going to work. Now that wall will be open safely enough. Flourish Drone going to clear a lot of the staircase. But here's the bigger problem I'm seeing, actually. Sorry. My train of thought just completely diverged immediately because of what I've seen. This player on the staircase, Flores has the drones to go and clear that information security utility. It's not a mute, so he just has to wait and hopefully try to get the shot on bait the person out.
Guess that's gonna be the primary target here, but mind you, pushing operational like that is really not a wise idea if you ask me, considering that sometimes the players do play pretty aggressively. Hopefully for the glass, there is no lines of sight on this particular wall, so he does have a little bit more advantage to push in. But it is a warden, so if he happens to go for any smoke grenades, that's not gonna be helping whatsoever. He will be tagged up by the Grim Bees. So sorry, the smoke actually. I thought it was someone else. So it looks like the attackers, they are trying to find something unique, but problem is they're not able to find something extraordinary here. Santi will be able to find something here, but he is pretty low on HP, so he needs to find at least some more of a footing here to move in with a little bit more pressure. Smoke is already on the first floor, probably dropped out because there was a pressure on the main door, I believe. I'm not sure if that was, but as of now, Toilet is under the control of the attackers. He needs to find the angle. Yes, he does. The down's gonna be there, and no refrang attempts from the side of the defenders quite yet because they understand the Grim is ready and up and running. Refires will be dispatched towards the mirror window, but time is the biggest problem for the defenders now. So attackers now. What am I saying sometimes? But
Well, the answer you're saying is got to finish the job. 3v2. They know they've got to clear a lot of sight, and the fact that Thatcher's stuck outside is having to just try and break
nice
it.
shot.
But Snoop lands the shot, taking out the Asami, leaving it to a 2v2, but not having the angle. But Kavik lands the shots perfectly, and Snoop finishes. This counterplay is working. Before it took 5-1. Now we're going into 3-1, which is a much better start from them. We just need them to try and equalize or get that 4-2 split so that they feel more comfortable heading into their defensive half. As we've seen before, their defensive play on layer is actually really strong. It's just about getting there safely and giving yourself that distance so you don't have to go to OT. Only problem is we've got a Sami, Mira, Legion, Kaid, and Smoke taking us to Master Room again. If you don't open up and try to go for those changes, which I'm not sure if you know about this crest, sorry.
Crest
One
still
of the
works
more
better,
important
but
factors
yeah.
is they've ouch. No keeper barrier being set up correctly this time. But the corners, specifically, you can no longer do the trick where you can open up entire reinforcement with just 4 stars, with just 4 Pyros pellets or ace charges. Can't be done anymore. You now have to use as many as possible just to clear either the top line or make the hole to rotate through. It's no longer going to be as nice for them as it would be for Maverick, since he's now got a buff where it's all in one canister. It's a lot easier to do for him, but it's still technically, it's still one
Challenge.
canister.
It is still one canister, and I would say more than that, it's about the fuel management on Maverick because yeah, you can still probably burn a lot, but back in the days when Maverick was introduced to the game, I remember a lot of players, even a very pro player called Shate from Penta, used to struggle to open up hatches because, at least back in the days, hatches did not quite have an HP pool, while reinforcement, I think even they didn't have it, but it was a little bit more challenging. And now with Maverick's entire fuel canister in one, you can still probably burn a lot of fuel unintentionally, but having the full potential is a little bit more easier on Maverick. While for the side of Hibana, yeah, you can do it a little bit faster because I believe somehow like X-Kairos are a little bit faster than they used to be. Yeah, you had to like go for a bolt action, a mechanism, which was quite annoying to say the very least. But even then, problem with Hibana is you cannot open up a angle which is gonna be able to give you the lines of sight you need because you need to open up a horizontal line in order to do that. But then again, it does allow some speed there, so that is still commendable. Anywho, what else for speed? On the side was the attackers pushing onto the Legion, as I believe it was a recruit who got the kill onto the Legion. So I have to admit, this time around, counterplay are not burning time whatsoever, as they will just dive in one by one, take these shots, and I kind of believe they're gonna be going in for a shotgun reach, even though I don't see any dedicated hard breacher. Well, I don't think they need any, considering the recruit does have a hard breach charge available, and the buck can definitely destroy the electroclaw. And there you have it. I was able to find something here, but bigger problem is after you go for the breach here, Star, you have to clear R6 room, or should I say the toilet hallway? And if you don't, you're gonna be toast.
I can understand that, I can. But it's these moments where you've got that high fire rate and you've got Buck trying to open up rotation holes and cause that little bit of drama. It's not going to be quite enough. They've got 56 seconds. Smoke can keep them out for 30 seconds total, but Element's not even going to worry about it. Trying to go for those kills, trying to go for that picks, and Frag being there as a backup to take out Panic. Kai, though, does lose his life. 3-1. Santi does not have the HP to go for the challenge in the trades. So he's just hopefully trying to go for those picks now. He's can't really go for the plant since angle's
Good
being
shot.
held, but Elements goes down. The shots are coming out. Triple kill. He's got to go for the ace to try and clutch, because if he walks in that smoke canister, it will end his day. He hopes for the cross to try and catch one of these players, baiting it for. But it's that time where he's just waiting. He doesn't know exactly how to open up. No more smoke canisters, so he can't push up to go to plant or try to do anything here, but he has to find one when they both peak at the same time from two different angles. It's nasty. It's one of these times where, Crest, I need to know your opinion on Vector or SMG-11. Which gun do you prefer?
SMG-11. If I have to add some 50 cents over here or 2 cents over here, that is because the Vector, yeah, it is a primary weapon, but while you're having the SMG-11, it's not because of the fire rate, it is because you technically have a better gadget, if I might. Because think about all the characters who has the SMG-11, aside from Amaru, because yeah, she can Sasageo her way inside, but when it comes to defense, you can burn so much time. Well, yeah, Mira is still there, yeah, but sometimes it can simply be shattered. You have the C4, I understand, but I believe that if you know how to use the SMG-11, you're probably unstoppable. Vector is again, primary weapon, and it does its job as it's supposed to, while SMG-11, it will need some skill. But now, back to the game, there is one question towards you, Star, that is, haven't we been here before on 4-1 as... I mean, on Cafe, yeah, the curse was shattered, but don't tell me we're going back to the same drawing board again of 5-1.
No, I think we'll go to 4-2. I think they'll want this split better. And it's just that little bit more where you have to be thinking about it. You have that clinical analysis, you have those pistols in hand, so it's just the idea of where, if you're thinking about it, you try to go with the push-up, you try to go with the Goryo traps and set up, or Smoke losing half his HP in a quick engagement. You don't really want that to be the thing to start it, especially for 4-2 or 5-1. They've been running better this time around. It's just them getting caught off guard or losing the man count early. Not as much clutch factors we're getting to this. For now, that's just what we're having to see.
I do love the positioning of the Monty here, and if he finds the timing, there is... Oh no! What are you up to, buddy? That was kind of unfortunate for the side of the Vigil, though, but hopefully for none other than the recruit able to find that kill as he drops a question mark But just imagine if the Monty was given his back for a little bit longer, the Monty could have gone down. So God Squad will be losing a player due to greed, but at the same time, I have to admit that the gods of R6 are really favoring the side of counterplay, but they have to keep it up for the time being. They have to find their opening and they have to be patient. Someone did open up that Raura barricade, but I don't think he's gonna be pushing. I believe that was nothing but a bait, as the smoke is still holding onto this door, probably to contest onto that filtration window. And yes, he is making his move, trying to see if there's anybody outside, but I don't think that will be the case. We'll spot someone, but will not connect.
It's
And now the
close,
Twitch.
and that's the big problem. The hatches are finally being opened. You can understand that as much as I can, but even with the hatches being open, they don't have that control, and the
Smart.
smoke pushes Twitch out of position. It's just this time where Element's just taking out Snoop. That's Monty off the board, equalizing into a 4v4. And
Good
taking
God.
another one, taking Panic down. That's Twitch off the board. People aren't going to be able to get their footholds. They need to try and get this win because they don't want that 2-map down. Maybe they do, but Perv taking another one, Frags getting a pick, leaving it all to do again. You can do it. We've seen it. But it's going to be tight, especially on this round where they've got the HP, they've got the utility, and there's so much still important to their pockets. But now, try and go for the pre-fire through the smoke to hopefully find it. The underdog situation isn't ideal. But it all has to come with 3 different things. Whether you're trying to go for the peak and you're trying to go for the swing, or whether or not they're able to get into sight to try and find something. Patch has been caught, the call out has come. Everyone will be retreating back to where his position is. Rooney is close, hears the footsteps, but cannot find it. Smoke gassing off the doorway and waiting for it. Rooney goes to the peak, but she's not prepared for somebody to be lying down on the floor. 4 seconds, your prediction of a 5-1 did come true with Frag rotating and getting the pick.
These are just some painful things to witness over here because counterplay, they do have some good openings sometimes, but God Squad are just way too good on this resets. And good God, I don't think there's anybody else who are gonna be able to contest this amount of consistency when it comes to turning the tables around. And oh boy, counterplay. Yeah, I know you have won this map yesterday, but mind you, it was on maximum overtime, and now you're on the brink to do the same thing over again. It is still possible, but do you really want to go the distance where you will be up against the wall while your opposition is still sitting on pretty much one map? And yeah, it is a deja vu actually, because it was not Cafe, if I'm not wrong. I think it was probably Chalet, probably.
You're gonna have to pick because they always get to this point.
But
But it's the
exactly.
time to go for the fight. This is my question to you quickly because it needs to be asked. Is there a significant ban that can change these moments? Because losing Habana, losing Ace, fine. God Squad are used to that already. But what can really change the play right now? What would be necessary for counterplay to solidify the victory?
I will not be saying it's a ban in particular that which is gonna be the trump card for any of these players. I just can't. But what I can say is try to outsmart your opposition, because we have seen time and time that God Squad, yeah, even with their consistency, they can be killed. There is an HP bar on the boss fight. So my opinion is, again, yesterday I believe I was on the same position where I was taking some time to comment on this because I was putting myself on the shoes of counterplay. The first thing I would probably start with is dismantle the push from the opposition. If I see more than one player, do not take the fight. Let them be greedy and let them take a little bit more than they can chew, and we can punish them from that. We are on defense, and we can probably get a better advantage of this, because what are they gonna do? Chase us? Yeah, they have a Blackbeard, but if that's the primary target, there's not much to be answered from the side of the attackers, because again, we are on defense. But then again, these are easier said than done. And as it seems that the defenders, they're kind of played a bit more unorthodox, as they're trying to go for runouts and try to get informations. But problem is, there's nobody to be seen outside of warehouse, so that is quite a heavy utility being deployed by the bandit, which could have been a bit more useful. Mind you, he could have used a pre-play C4 as well, considering this is probably the only time where I do not see any players from the defense onto the the attack from the attack onto the minigun side, or the lobby, to be a bit more exact. But I believe they're gonna be more than fine going in forward as Twitch has been taken out, as the Goyo can probably destroy the canisters to halt the push from the Blackbeard. And with the clash on board as well, the attackers, they'll have to go for a complete reset just to find an opening.
Well, for now, the flank comes
Oh,
out, takes out
Lord.
the Thermite and the Blackbeard. Beautiful shots, leaving as a 2v4. Not what you were expecting, but exactly what was needed. He's not checked out the window to try and find the next man pick, hopefully looking for Dukebi. But Bandit's still there, trying to go for the shake, but the nade lands directly at Clash's feet. You gotta remember, if you
Oh,
pre-fire
boy.
hard enough, you can stall her in place. As Rexon, the Deimos, takes out one more to go with it. Bandit now being hunted and tracked. They know where he is. Dukebi's hacking cameras, giving a phone call. You can't hide now. Kubrow, though, is gonna try and slow down the positioning, meaning they can't just go for a safe sprint. They have to wait. Bandit being the only one able to be tracked, that means Tubrow is still an unknown variable for now until the phone call ends. Hopefully, they can get their way through. As they've stalled the... Here's the problem, it's close. He has to go for the push in. Dukebi has that 2v2. She has the SMG, so she's got the firepower to try and fight Bandit, but Deimos has the ability to give away the location at least 2 more times. For now, impact does come out, but Deimos losing half of his HP.
Oh, Lord.
But he gets the kill on the Bandits across the
Looking for
quad
the
coming out, though. But Dukebi goes to the plant. Here's the thing, Tuber has to be watching. He gets pinged by a drone, so his information's been given, and now it's an unfair fight. As Pulsar is there to get the flank when he tried to get close. It's tough. 6-1. We might actually end up seeing this 2-1 this 2-1 map, or just 2-0. Because for now, it's comeback time. We've seen it happen before, we'll see it again.
I believe as well, but at the same time, there are some questionable plays coming in from the side of counterplay, because you have the diffuser, you have a clash, you don't need to push the Deimos. The Deimos got a grenade kill, followed up, and just like that, the round was in the favor of GODSQUAD. Again, these should be winnable rounds for the side of counterplay, by the books at least, but somehow they're fumbling that, and now, again, they are up against the wall, and they'll have to put everything on the line to keep themselves alive on this map, and it is not going to be as easy as I say it. They're technically going for a same approach, even though I don't see anymore as... Oh, never mind, Azami's banned. Who am I kidding? Clash is going to be swapped out for a Smoke instead. I believe Smoke was still available. Maybe Aruni, not sure. But it's not about the operators anymore. It's about keeping themselves calm. And I'm just going to say it. They are being way more excited than they should be. Excitement is good. That's good. But being that overconfident and going for something which will not reward them by any means, it's really painful to say the very least. Attackers, again, they just do not stop. Even when the tides are not favoring them, they just swim across and make it to shore. My lord, how do you come back from this, and how do you keep your mental calm on this counterplay? It's not going to be favorable whatsoever, but they'll have to.
This is what you're saying. You're talking about the fact that the counterplay must come out, the mental must be chalked, but again, it's 5 maps. They've just faced each other as of yesterday. So not a lot of adaptation can be done. Yes, they can do the research, but again, on the side of counterplay, they were hoping for a map before this to warm up. They didn't get it. So whether they're still prepped and planned for a different team, GODSQUAD might be opening up on that. Only factor, though, that does change things a little bit more is what they're planning in the long run. As you can see, they're getting the pre-fires, they're trying to set up quickly, they're repelling safely. GODSQUAD are reading counterplay's moments, they're reading how to play it, and it's working wonders. They're shutting down Kavik again and again, but the jump out, though, from Do is here. This might be the reason they've chosen this map, but also the reason why they know it so well. They can give the call-outs and give the reads. Bandit and Smoke being the only 2 tracked by Deimos, so that's the only 2 who've been red-pinged. But for now, Smoke shotgun in hand. Not a doorway you think you can challenge directly, as Goyo counters are being burned and burst. I'm going to ask you quickly, just because looking at the playstyles, Is it that it's too much aggression or not enough from one side or the other?
I think it's too much aggression from the defenders where it should not be. If you want my honest opinion, because yeah, they have found some success, but not to an extent which is rewarding them whatsoever. Yeah, the bandit was able to go for a run out, but now just play safe. You are defending, you're not attacking. And I do love this now, as Kavik was able to fall back into the objective, reinforcing the shotgun side as well, or musket room, I think. So I'd rather live with this than having something really overzealous. And now going for the breach here, so that is kind of commendable, even though the bandit trip may not come in favor. Oh my lord, DDO almost lost his life there, but hopefully he does have the gun up and running. No injures. And now the attackers will have to think twice before going in, but the defenders, they are taking their time. Toss will be connecting. That is looking very good. 30 seconds to go for, and now again, God Squad, they are known to take these aggressive takes, and they somehow find success as well. Time is ticking as the bandit, good positions coming in. He does have the C4 in his, no C4s, never mind. Now he's just spamming through the smoke, Panic able to find something, and now looking for more elements, able to find one for himself. But now the FBI characters will have to dive themselves in. There's nothing they can do. It's all up to the Ash now with 2 seconds, and there you have it. I don't think it's going anywhere, but it will have a frag. And once again, somehow the team killing streak is just gonna keep happening, but I don't think it was intentional. He destroyed the Goyo canister to probably stall the time, but instead it was DDO who was taken out. But hopefully for the side of counterplay, they do keep themselves afloat. 6-2, but still match point for the side of God Squad.
I'm not sure how to handle this. It's just their big brain energy. It's rubbing off on me and it's scaring me. It's one of those moments where the pre-fires are coming out. They're trying to go for the plays, but it's just not that easy. There's two things I'm wondering, and I'm sure you can ask the same question as everybody else. If they want to go with the top down, if they want to try and set it up to just start the engagements, they've got to do it safer. That's really the biggest thing I can find right now. Of not enough intel.
Smart drone
Vigil's
position. I
looking
love
for the
it.
drone, but he can't find it.
He
oh
did
yeah, he
finally.
does get it. Okay, good. But it's the intel, and when Santi took out Do at the end of that round due to fire, wasn't ideal, but it did happen and it worked out well to keep the round. It did almost come to a poor clutch though when the plank happened at the end by the Ash. So remember, it's never over till good luck starts singing, and it's never over till the Christmas carols come. Right now, they're playing it safer. Yes, the roam game is good. This is a bigger map than most people realize. There's a lot of places where you can hide. There's a lot of setups you can give, which give that long angle or give you places where you can hide, flank back, retreat. But it only has 4 staircases. It's only got 2 on the first floor, 2 on the top floor. You don't really have that many options of trying to run back. It's just ideally, hey, take it from 1, take it all the way down, and go for the challenge. Right now, there's a couple things I'm hoping to see from them. Whether it be Solus now being hunted by Deimos, which means Solus is actually one of the few people who can actually counter that by giving it a direct ping to their opponents, meaning the whole team can know where Deimos is standing. So, yeah, you don't always want to try and track that. But it's coming out to 6-2. This is the penultimate round. They need to go for that swing. And as you can see, even the Siege servers are trying their best to try and push through.
There is one thing I respect from the side of Reexten, that is, he knew exactly where the Solus was, but he did not opt to push it instead. He just wanted the Solus to fall back, and that is a clever use of the utility, because sometimes you just want them to move away from the position you don't want him to be. So I kind of believe that they wanted to have full access onto the warehouse side as they are diving in. Like, there's a heavy traffic over here. I believe pretty much every single store from the attacking side are just hunkering down here. So if that's the case, I'm all in for it. But at the same time, there is a vigil, I believe, inside of lobby, so he may put some pressure on that. And the moment I say it, it's gonna be the thermite who will bite the dust. And now they have to go for the hunt, as there is a player nearby. It's gonna be a nice shot on the side of Rexton, able to get one and a double as well, thanks to the 44 Vendetta. And now they should be fine going in for the take onto warehouse side, going in this area. But at the same time, biggest problem is the frags need to keep the frags need to come in, and I don't think that was gonna be the biggest factor here, as the Ash is gonna be going down. Deimos yet on another hunt to find the, I believe it's the the Aruni, but there is the Goyo burning some time here, and he knows exactly that there is gonna be a lot of pressure from the rocket hallway. With 44 seconds left on the clock, I kind of feel like they have to take control of labs. I do see someone there, but the shots needs to be connecting as the cover needs to be prominent as Advant. He's going for a turtle. Not exactly a turtle because there is a cover in front of him, but frags will be coming in and the plan's gonna be denied.
It's close. 2v2, 20 seconds. Tight, close to the door, tries to go for the free fire, but cannot find it just yet. It's a Grim versus a Demo, so you've got perfect post-plant coverage if you can get to that diffuser to go for the plant.
No.
But when Panic takes you out, the answer is not that ideal. The shots are landing, and it's working wonders. It's just that moment of where you're trying to go in for it and trying to go for that punishment. You got to remember. Oh, we have a quick technical pause coming out here, so you'll just have to wait 2 seconds.
Or are we just gonna
So-
be banning first?
As the bans are coming through, we'll go into a pause in the match. I
Okay.
wonder what you think. Who's going to be banned?
Aruni. Aruni and probably
Well,
Daemons.
now we're not
That's
going to
my-
find out till later.
Yeah.
They come to our faces in a second.
There's one thing I want to ask actually. Like, it kind of feels like, to some extent, when whoever's attacking, they kind of feel lost. I mean, kudos to the Aruni though, as he was able to find a 3K, including the diffuser going down from the Monty. I'm pretty sure there was someone on Rocket, and if there is someone on Rocket, there should be an angle to contest the Aruni through the sofa, which was opened up by the Aruni himself. So I'm wondering, like, how does he get away with that?
I'm just thinking about it because it's not getting away with. It's making the opportunity for. He didn't overplay his hand. He wasn't feeling jittery. He wasn't shaking or making loud noises. It's just trying to give that gap that they needed to. It didn't work. And that's where the problem comes out to. They tried to get their opening pick. They tried to find that final exit frag. But as you can see, they played it too slow. They didn't play it aggressive. They didn't go for the pinch. And as we're hearing the players are back, we're heading straight into
Never mind. The bans I predicted, they're not gonna be banned whatsoever. I was expecting a ban onto Aruni and I believe it was Damas, but instead it's gonna be Grim and Goyo off the board. So I guess crowd control is gonna be the name of the game from both of the sides. And now moving into a bunk defense at the first floor. So far the defensive streak from the side of from the side of counterplay has been pretty prominent, but the consistency needs to be there. Mind you, their opposition is still very comfortably sitting on match point, and they already have a map as well. I'm not sure if. Yeah, never mind. I am sure that GODSQUAD was sitting on the same position yesterday, and it was pushed to overtime, and counterplay was able to pull it off. And pulling off the same miracle again, that is really commendable, but it's still a long haul to some extent. And now with the Tachanka being popped out from the side of Kavik as well, I do see how this thing's gonna go down. I do see the Tachanka and the Melusi playing on probably on Mask Room or maybe on Operational as well to hunker down and maybe put up some pressure. While the defense attacking side with the Monty on the board, I am expecting someone to take control of yellow hallway. I believe it was blue hallway under under R6 hall, to be a bit more quick on that approach, because if they do, yeah, the defenders will be forced to fall back, or maybe the rotations will be cut off, because that's one less stair you have to worry about. But even then, that is gonna be something which very much depends how their approach is gonna be, because sometimes any of these teams tends to lose an early body.
Well, you're talking about the approach. So it's different because of how their playstyles are. Having not the Tachanka play come out right now is the thing that makes me so happy when we see this. But it's that moment where they need to go the distance. They need to try and shut things down or open things up. If they go blindly in like this, they could end up losing their life. And especially when somebody's quick leaning like Rooney is right now, that's a tough fight to try and take. And when there's a Melusi there, that drone though
My
does not
lord.
spot the changeover, as Santi does almost catch a 3-piece. So close. Getting the Thermite though and the Deimos is exactly what was necessary for this. But as the run back does come, it's not going to be enough. It's these moments where Pulsate does though get Santi on the refag back on the run back. So it's that time where these teams are so evenly matched on certain occasions, where it's the gun skill versus the brains versus the hardest moments. You just got to be prepared for it at all times. And honestly, that's why you got to put respect onto the names. I like the fact that these teams are adapting mid-match. You can might sad, adding bulletproof cameras to give themselves the information they need. It's just to come with, do you actually believe it? Do you honestly understand how far it has to come? 3 things we could see happen. Whether Tachanka goes to the swing, goes to the play, it's just got to come down to this.
That's for certain. But at the same time, I do commend the players able to get rid of the verticalities this time, because I remember yesterday it was not the case, as the R4Cs have done their job, but now the Monty is on the hatch here to clear out the angles. But I believe they're kind of expecting for a hatch drop and then go for a turtle, which is not a bad thing by any means, but at the same time, this may have a bigger problem considering there is a bandit on the flank already. The both of the players, or should I say all the players, are technically on the same area code aside from the bandit on the top floor now, and now Monty does have the diffuser in his hand and also is inside the objective. Bandit with 1 HP somehow survives that, and Panic able to get one off the board. The plan, I don't know if the defenders know about this, but the plan has been successful, and now in a 2v2 situation, it's gonna be a little bit more chaotic than you can handle, but I guess it's gonna be very much favorable for the defenders now, as the Tachanka has all the Shumikas available in his hand, but now he needs to use this very, very smartly. Elements is just making sure that he burns all of them, but now that is a Capital on the opposition, which could have been on a clash, but now Elements needs to play this very patiently. He needs to make sure that he is not getting burned, but Tachanka can simply just put up the fires and go for a refusal, and he knows the Monty is low on HP, and now the refusal does come in, but it's only 10 seconds left on the clock, and now he will be burned to death as a Tachanka. Doesn't even matter, he will go for the refusal and will keep themselves afloat. Oh my lord, it did go down to the wire after all, as the players held themselves together.
It's these moments where Tachanka has to clutch up, and he does so. The team actually goes for it. He actually just tries to go for the challenge, but it can't get it. It's that little moment where we're going to go the distance. This is the time where they can go to OT, but GODSQUAD need to send it away. They lost yesterday at the same point where it was 6-4, 6-5, 6-6, and it continued going on. It's just that little bit of difficulty where, how do you actually put this away? Do you put it away with trap meta? Do you try to put it away with info meta and C4s for days? No, they want to try and keep it competitive. They don't want to try and talk a Strata because they want to try and secure that win handily. But it's not that easy. We all know it's not. It's about how well can you actually do it. With the 30 seconds of prep time, do you think you'd have the time to be able to change every strat you have?
Nope.
No. It's not that easy, but they are getting what they can from it. And that's why when you get these moments of clutch factor, shock and awe, cinema, that's why Siege is such a fantastic esport. Because one player can carry a match. One player can get those 30 kills if they're skilled enough and they have the intel and they have everything needed to, or just the luck by their side. But when you see GODSQUAD, GODSQUAD, and Counterplay playing at these moments, they've only got Fenrir scanned. They don't know what the full other operators is, but if they do, they haven't pinged them, meaning Deimos isn't getting his full utility out of it. There's not very many operators except for Dokebi that can actually synergize with him on this roster. So if she goes down early, it could end up being problematic. For now,
Very problematic.
they're just waiting for it.
For now, they'll have to make sure the problem doesn't catch up to them, and chances are very high that defenders just wants to burn the time here, as the attackers understand that, okay, now they're really trying to get in our nerves and they're just not gonna be letting it slide. And also, they are running the clock down successfully. There have been aggressions on the side of counterplay, but at least now they are able to live up to it. That's really commendable, because sometimes there have been moments from their side that they just fell under their own weight. Not necessarily the case anymore, but then again, should not be the case because they need to go do the same thing for 2 more rounds. But as it seems, that's going to be it for Santi for the time being, as the doctor will be the first target. Doesn't matter if there is any patient or not, but the patients will be struggling, as GDO is kind of low on HP, but will still get to live here, as the attackers I do see them opening up the barricades to open up lines of sight so the defenders do not have much angles to play around with. And at the same time, Deimos, if he gets any confirmation who is on top of the staircases, he can go for the vendetta and push him out. Doesn't matter if he gets the kill or not. Buck trying to find that electrical will find success eventually, and now trying to contest the Cade as well to make sure the E-wall does go off. And I believe it's gonna be the case after all, as the thermite will be going away. And I do, never mind, there's still 3 more exothermic charges. So I guess that's not the main target after all. They just want to make sure that they are on the driver's seat to go in for the next 50 seconds.
Ew, 50 seconds left. You have to try to swing. You've only got one operator down, Big A being Doc. But Fenrir peeked away at the wrong time, and you were just in the line of sight to actually catch him for it. So the punishment does come out to a 5v3. It's that time where you've got to open up, and with a 4-2 now, making sure there's no flawless, the trade is coming into 3 versus 2. Kava gets on with that SMG. We've seen the work be done before, as Tubo dances his own ice canister to let it go. But it's not that easy. You want to try and go the distance, but with the Deimos hunting you down, he now knows where you are, how tight you are, and he will have that advantage. You both see each other, you're close. But if you push too far out, you're going to get the cross angle, and Curve gets it. This could be it. It's down to a 1v3, but no, God Squad take it. Map 2 going to them on layer, which is difficult because yesterday we seen this come over to be their pick. So you come back to our lovely faces, and I've got to say, I wasn't expecting that. 3 things you got to remember. 1, yesterday was 2-1. Today is 2-0. People have learned, people advantage. The teams have went the distance. And beyond all I can say is I'm happy to actually see this, and I'm sure you are too. But how do you handle this? Do you handle it with, we lost the first 2, we run it all the way back till we get to Fortress? Or what's your suggestion here for team counterplay?
The only suggestion I'm gonna be putting up is gonna be change your entire gameplay you have, because yeah, there have been occasions where you have been giving a lot of raw utility or raw manpower to your opposition, and yeah, it has found some success, but you simply cannot rely on the strategies which led you to win yesterday on the map of layer. Again, before the game even started or the map even started, I did say that on a 2-1 victory for the side of God Squad, the second map layer was a 8-7, which is already an indication that yeah, you are better than the side of God Squad as the players of counterplay, but you're not that bit better that you're gonna be dominating. You can sleep on the strategies, and guess what? They did this. They did the homeworks, and honestly, I had my answer the moment I saw the players of God Squad recreating the strategy which was used by the players of counterplay. Remember that he was using the Kiba barriers on the mask,
Yes.
the mask from desk, and was holding the one-way angle to the mirror window. If your opposition does that, well, it's pretty much given that you cannot go for the same approach. Yeah, you did just fine on defense, but pushing overtime is not as easy as you think, because yeah, you have defense, the clock is favoring you, but just a snap of a finger, it's gone. And now it is exactly where counterplay is. And on the map of Chalet, I would say you know exactly how your position plays, because we did see this map going down. And I believe that counterplay, if they take advantage of the lackluster from the side of God Squad, mind you, which was not very prominent. God Squad played a lot of flawless rounds, a lot of positions which were simply uncontested and unquestioned, probably will remain as well. But if you try to take a different approach, for example, maybe don't go for the FBI open ups, maybe take a little bit more of a strategical approach that we know someone always plays on library. For example, we always did. If we try to take that piece out first and then go for the objective where they will be uncomfortable, maybe we will be able to take that map away. Because, mind you, the players of God Squad, they're just one map away from taking it all home.
Well, there's the point of that one map away is actually going to be coming into question right now. So, as everyone needs to get some water, get some food, get whatever else you need, understand this is now the penultimate map. And that will continue if we go to the third, fourth, and fifth. Because right now, counterplay after waking up, they have to take that advantage. No more 5-1 curse. You cannot go to overtime anymore. You have to win the regulation. Meaning that it's time for counterplay to start countering the counter and become the trap card. They need to stop waiting for the person and just start being proactive. We need to see that polymerization come out and just go for the direct challenge, go for that fusion that's needed. Too many puns, too many jokes. I'm sorry. But
I
it's
love you,
this moment
man.
where they just kind of have to go for that setup. And everyone, go for your break. We'll catch you in a sec on map 3. Hello, everyone. So it's one of those days, and we all love to see it, but we all hate it as well because it's a 2-0. It's so close. Every match, every round is coming down to those final mans, those final pinches, and those final moments. But as we head into map 3, which quickly, if you don't mind, Darla, if you should pull up the maps, it's one that we were not hoping to go to. As
I
we
have
head
I
out.
have it on my iPad if you want to see it, but I don't think
It's
it's gonna be
Chalet.
more.
I could have just said it.
It
But
is Chalet, but I have the full Blitz actually over here, and yeah, you go on first.
yeah, I was gonna say, well, it's Chalet, meaning that these teams are ready for it. They're wanting to fight, but they have a history on it last time where God Squad took the map. I'm sure on the side of, as we've seen before, counterplay work great when they're underdogs, when the pressure is backing them, but you don't want to give too much rope. Now they have to win on a map they haven't won against these guys before, which is also statistically their worst map. So, as we head into the match, you're going to have to give us your favorite moments.
There is one thing I want to say to counterplay. That's just one thing. That is, do not give away early lead. We have seen this over and over again for the last 4 maps, including yesterday. That is, they give away early lead on the first half, and then they probably try for a comeback. And yeah, it's not gonna be happening every single time, considering the map of Chalet, because I remember that God Squad did take it, and to some extent, they were lightning fast, to say the very least. Because, yeah, counterplay goes for the plans, and maybe they try to hold on to for a post plan, but guess what? God Squad is there to take it way more faster. And now, going into this defensive side from the side of counterplay, there is a chance that they will have a lead head on, but I still kind of put my confidences on that. But interesting bans, I have to admit, from the side of counterplay. Probably they're going to be putting themselves onto a basement defense or maybe a first floor defense. Yeah, it is going to be on the bar first. So that does leave the ace available for them, but I guess they want to nullify the longer lines of sight or the bigger breach, which may be accessible from the side of God Squad, while also losing the Azami. Makes a lot more sense from the side of God Squad because Azami can be a menace on this map, especially on library, whether it be on basement as well. Actually, in any objective because of the extensions you can have. Now, going into kitchen, something must be cooking here, and I hope it's tasty because the food needs to be good for the side of counterplay to keep themselves alive on this series on a best of 5. Otherwise, this is do or die for them.
You're right about that, but can you really just give it away like that? Can you say to them that, hey, we've played you on this map, take it? No, counterplay are going to want to take this. You have to have faith that they will take us to that fortress. That they will come back and they will 7-0, 7-0, 7-0 and take that victory. But it's those moments where you gotta understand it goes both ways. You can't just blindly see how things start or how things end. Right now, you have a Blackbeard running at you. You have a united force for God Squad. Whether Doc's gonna get a spawn pick here, and he does, takes out Elm just perfectly waiting outside the closet. Not ideal, but it did work. And that's the moment where you've lost a huge pick, taking out Blackbeard in such a serene way. It's what's needed. Flores, though, clearing the staircase quickly, giving himself that little bit of help.
Oh, for a second I thought, okay, there's gonna be something else because I was actually looking at your camera and somehow it felt like that you're still speaking, but never mind now. I do believe the force is gonna be used to get some control onto the toilet side, or should I say on the windows. Oh, never mind. There's gonna be a jump in from the side of this. Who was it? It was a recruit. Wait a second. The first time I'm seeing a DMR on recruit. For a second, I got confused because I thought it's gonna be a Solus weapon because of silhouette. But anywho, back into the game, and now looks like there's gonna be a lot of aggression from the defensive side. But guess what? It's not gonna be the best of it, as the refrag game is gonna be available from the side of the Flores, as he may also jump in inside of the piano side. Flashes will be there, good flashes, I have to admit, as the Flores, as the 2-bar will also go down. It's all up to Kev now in a 1v2, and I would say it's a very winnable one, considering he has all the Selmas available and the AK-12 in his hand as well. And chances are very high he could have gone for the breach, but never mind, he opts to go for the swing instead, as the smoke will be the first line of contact, as he will lose his life. So I would say this is technically once in a lifetime that we get to see the side of counterplay able to take the first round. But I really hope this is not the only round they take on the first half, my guy, because you really, really need it.
You can say that, but I don't think counterplay are going to let this slide at all. They've got their defense. Yes, it's Chalet, so it works both ways, and especially with teams like God Squad. The problem I could see coming is bar gaming. Once we get to bar and once we get to kitchen, if this works out the way that counter planned, I could see them getting that advantage that they need. And with their advantage, we've seen them be stronger on the attack on this map specifically. I'm a wee bit worried because operator selection this time around. That's the biggest fear I have right now. Because yes, you brought Clash, you brought Ellie, you brought Fenrir, you brought Lucy, you've got Arini, but if you get caught off guard, it could be disastrous. Right now, I'm hoping to see one of two things come from this. whether that be them trying to shut down or whether that be them trying to push forward.
I love how the Clash is hiding inside of Mudroom to deny any form of drones to hide his presence, and at the same time not allowing the opposition to have a direct counter to Clash. Pretty nasty if you say at the very least. And yeah, back to you, that they'll probably have to take a bit of a, how do I put it, methodical push from the attacking side to maybe isolate these. But then again, the attackers, they can probably take the time because they have found their success here and then left and right and center. And yet again, the attackers, look at the speed they have. They just dive inside of Troll and not much to retaliate for. Ella's gonna be there. Even though I do love the extension from the defensive side. Oh my god, too many players on piano, my guy. Take the fight one by one. And as you can see, it is the Fender taking quite a lot of damage because of almost a lineup and a half.
Just that little bait is too much. Sorry for interrupting, but I'm just thinking about this because now they finally took out the F99 early. That's something that I realized last time, because that same Blackbeard got trapped and killed through that execution last time. But we also see Fenrir here being a little bit of a menace and a nuisance now. Trying to go for the pre-fire shot, sees the Deimos lying down, and he could have survived that if Fenrir just hadn't shot in the legs twice. But Pulsar gets a double kill because Fenrir's assistance. For now, Clash is just going to have to do all the work. The nade comes out. Clash has had to leave her shield. It's gone now. And that means that top staircase is going to be even more difficult to hold now. The pickups, though, are coming out. That's the problem. We've seen Clash do work before on this map, so it can happen again. But now the first one comes out. The Sense Gadget lies down, giving them safe crossing. But can they actually get away with it in the time they have left? It's 1 minute 15. Tries to return back to site safely, but no, gets caught off in the last shot to the take. But that Snoop off board, Elements, it's looking like a 1-1, but I don't think that's going to be the case. We've seen them clutch up in a 1v3, we've seen them clutch up in a 1v5. And when Deimos is hunting, though, that's not ideal. Yes, that gives both teams the information, but you have to actually land your shots as it comes through. Deimos goes down in the engagement, but there's a flank coming out. Panic could not fit the finish. Elements there to shut it down. And that's it. GODSQUAD take 1-1. So, no 0-7 this time, but there's still a chance. For now, we're going to see what I'm going to say is a well-researched and well-practiced team on GODSQUAD. They've realized that Counterplay was a stronger opponent than what they're expecting, so they just prepped for it ahead of time, and it's working out well for them this time.
You did definitely say it better than I could have, but at the same time, GODSQUAD, there is one more thing I want to compliment them about on, that is they are really not worried about the strategies or whatever the side of Counterplay puts up in front of them, because they just read them like an open book. Again, they do play very fast. I have referred this on the very beginning of the round, where Blackbeard just dived inside of Solarium without any contention and was able to take bedroom control, followed by the Deimos. And at the same time, what I have to give is towards the I believe it was, I don't know, there was someone on top of the roof to cut off the Ella and the Fenrir. That just goes to show how well their timings are. They knew there will be someone, and even if there was not anybody, that's completely fine by them because they have map control. And the Clash, even though he was supposed to be the first line of contact, it was not the case. And Counterplay, now they have to understand that they can try to play aggressively, they can burn some time, but in order to do so, they gotta watch their backs because they will be cut down wherever they're not paying attention on. And on this basement defense, this kind of does apply once again, because I do see the players of attacking side, or should I say GODSQUAD, taking full control of top floor to begin with. There are players outside of Library, there are players outside of Solarium as well. So the Warden, yeah, he might be there to burn some time, but if he is hunted down, that's gonna be a crazy big problem, considering the fact that he may not have too much of an escape route, as a Melusi is gonna be hunted down by the Deimos, and Elements will be getting rid of the Scopus, who was probably on a bot.
It's interesting that you say that, because I'm just thinking about their plays here now, because as you can see, they're still holding the second floor, still holding the first floor, and as the drop down does come out, they retreat back to site safely. Warden's still trying to fight on the first floor and make his way
has
safely
to.
back. If not getting his own pick again, why not? Takes out the ramp, which is a huge point of contention because she was holding a lot. And as the triple kill comes out, gets one more, but the just that overextension comes out and shuts down. So this is where the moments come. As you said before that, yes, they're trying to stall. Yes, they're trying to get that opening picks they need, but 2v3, 3 people on site, 1 person now retreating back to library. You're fine to do a lot. They've given themselves a lot of freedom in this play.
That they have. And as it seems, they will be able to open up the line of sight as well onto the trench side, and they have also opened up trench, so that does allow them to be a bit more volatile on this particular onto the pillar area. But I have to give it to the Tachanka though, because he is playing from connector. That is a really good angle to play from. Not to mention that is also is going to allow him to fall back in case things go wrong, and also there's going to be some backups from blue side. But hopefully for the ace, there will be some retaliation as he is going to be able to go for the plan inside of that cabinet. And now with the plan going down, he did survive. He survives as well. That is quite wild if you ask me. And Tachanka, he has no idea whatsoever. He may go down, and yes, he will. And now it's a 1v1 for the ace, and yes, he will find that as well. My lord, the moment he thought that, okay, there is nobody burning behind the cover, there might not be anybody, and because of that, he will walk out of that area. Ace, my G. God Squad, they played it so patiently, and they pulled off a miracle. And I have the ace was not supposed to survive there, Drago. The nomad, if he survived that, okay, I understand. He had full HP, but guess what? He doesn't need HP.
HP is a myth. Whoever told you about hit points was lying, because at that moment, it just came down to 1, and they got away with it. That's the most important fact. He got the clutch up. He had no HP in the dream, but still took out 2 brows, still took out their Malusi, and still took out the Chanka, which is impressive because Nomad had just been downed, meaning that all it would have taken is one of them to land a shot, and that round could have been theirs. But it does happen. It was unlucky. It was, I'm not going to say a choke. I'm not going to say anything like that. It was just timing. But to the same point of it, there's a couple things they can do to fix it. And that means a lot to everyone. Whether that be them trying to go for the setup and go for the shutdown. This just now, it's 2-1. Counterplay have almost had it be 3-0. But it's silly mistakes. It's certain things where you don't 100% know, but you're just hoping. It's coping. That's the best way of putting it. Sorry. They're coping and trying to hope for it. As they come back downstairs, the roaming game was strong. The triple kill coming out from Santi was a great starter, but they just couldn't capitalize on it because of that fear factor and because they didn't have the controller information. Irv, though, answering with his own triple kill, not what they expected, but it did happen. For now, no hard breachers being brought except for Habana, which means hatches are for grabs. A couple holes on the walls, but for now, the main factor is they're planning to take this directly.
And they should actually, because when they were not able to take it directly, they were actually the casualty. So I believe this is a much more commendable approach in my view, because they are losing ground yet again. We have seen the players of GODSQUAD just nullifying every single thing which has been thrown at them, and it's just how do I put it? It is godly, to say the very least. They are indeed living up to their names, and I have to admit, I kind of hate the fact that I am complimenting them, because they are getting away with stuff they should not. And now, guess what? They're gonna be able to do the same thing over again. I do believe that's from the vertical angles from Elements, because he was seen outside of the main wall. And as the Tachanka is gone, no more Shumika is gonna be available, and that's gonna hurt quite a lot. The timing was missed by Debug because the smoke was able to escape. That was kind of sad, but hopefully the smoke needs this luck in his favor now, because he needs to keep himself alive. 1.5 minutes left. And guess what? Santi able to capitalize with that as well, as Pulsa is going to be going down, and now West Main is going to be going back in the favor of the defenders.
Oof. Santi landing the shots, gets a beautiful pick, takes out Rickson. It's that cross. It's the audio cues coming out from him, but the pre-fire from Buck, he's wanting to go for the challenge. He does no fear with Curve there to back it up, but Panic is there for the refrag as well, becoming a 3v3. It's those moments where the shots are doing amazing. I just don't understand how you can think it can work that way. Yes, yes, yes. But as you can see quickly, the challenge did still come out from Bandit wanting to challenge Elements. Elements may have taken out the Chanka, but there's still a lot of people standing. As you can see from the shadow, they can see Smoke close standing on that doorway, so they know he's there close. It's all going to come down to whether they can get that frag now. So they're back on site. They set themselves up where they can go for that pinch and go for the shutdown, but it's just not working.
We'll have to make it work, man. And now Sanity might have been the air trump card for them, but now they have seen time and time where they kind of fall apart on the timings, and now because of the hatch control, they should be able to go for the breach as well. That is quite a commendable position, but at the same time, the hatch control needs to be there. He's letting that go. That's not good. And with that an equation, I think they're gonna be able to walk inside of blue and know that the peek was completely unnecessary, as now the player control is gonna be there, as the DMRs will have to go in loud and clear. He can go for the plan as well, but there is nobody to be seen inside the diffuser side. And now the spray does come in, but there you have it. He's gonna go down, and now Hibana has to stick. The advantage is he does have the time, but never mind. DDO will finally go with the timing and will go for the dive. It almost did not happen yet again. Good for the side of counterplay, as they were able to pull this off, but boy, oh boy, God Squad, they almost made it happen, Drago. They almost got the bandit as well, and if in case the ram didn't go down, it could have been a completely different story.
2-2 though. This is my point of counterplay when they make no mistakes. They can re-solidify very quickly. They can solidify and give themselves that fortress-like defense they need. But as we've seen from Gods, what is a man to a mere god at this point? It's all coming down to those moments where Fenrir might be the dog that hunted the gods, but this team are the people trying to stay into the fight to challenge them directly. The setup needs to come out where the communication needs to be improved as well. There's a couple things I'm saying here, such as strategy, that needs to be changed. There's a couple things I'm saying where people need to be worried more about lineups than worry about trying to go for the roam. Because the picks are working for them, but they're being too far off site and not getting really any way to try and stop it. They're fantastic players, and I love the guns that we're seeing from them. Yes, they have a couple more seconds because it's 60 hertz for us on Twitch and in person, but the players, you get to see it from their POV. They only have milliseconds to react, and they're still landing the shots. This is what I'm hoping for. When we're seeing it as a 5v5 to start, they have to go for this rushing now. Just looking at their playstyle, looking at how Blackbeard's pushed in, no fear, because they know what's being challenged, what's not being challenged. There's no phantom pressure across the map because their roam game is so shallow. It's just this team are waking up. Yesterday, we had different people standing up. Kavik being an absolute menace. Today, it's Santi. Last match, it was Curve and Rexon. And today, it's just going to have to be Elements to try and carry for his team. These teams are fantastic at doing this, but they need to be able to make it consistent. You have to get that consistent counting. And Valkyrie catches Rixon as he comes close. It wasn't intentional, but it worked out perfectly. The drone pinged him. He had the information, he just couldn't land the shots. As Curve goes down to Snoop, getting the down. It's a dog-eat-dog world, and with these cookies being as high as a kite, they've just got to go for that punish right now. The two things I'm wondering, if you can agree with me on this or not, because Twitch is very close to site. He's got a lot of the phantom pressure open, a lot of the walkways are open. They've only got those drones that are in pocket left. Because, again, Frags Better has 2 drones, but Kev's got 1. They have to start using that to get themselves the intel.
They will have to, but sometimes they do love to throw their bodies, don't they? Especially Elements being on the Blackbeard. He just loves to push every single soul in the map. And somehow he also finds success, but as it seems, it's not going to be the case as he was on Repel this time. It's always going to be onto Frags Better now, and he is indeed an amazing fragger, but now, in a 1v4, it's going to be quite difficult. Counterplay. This is probably the best half we're going to be expecting from their side for the time being. Yes, it is the case. for the first time in forever, we get to see 3 maps from their side on their defense, or should I say, on the early phase. So this might be something good for their side, but God Squad again, do not count them out of the equation. The bans are still there, and as it seems, Counterplay is still very much free to run the Clash, while God Squad is free to run the Blackbeard. So there are some rooms to work around with, but it very much depends how this round plays out, because Counterplay, they should know, and I do believe they know how their opposition is going to be going forward into the defensive side. And whatever happens on this round will kind of give them a little bit of a, how do I put it, leap ahead. I'm not gonna say it's an advantage, because it kind of solidifies how the momentum is gonna be established here onwards. And God Squad, they can build it up pretty quickly somehow and do it consistently as well. Counterplay, we have seen them as well, but this is where they'll have to draw the line that, okay, we cannot put ourselves in an uncomfortable position and just hope for the best. Trust me, on the grand final, hope is probably not something you're looking forward to. I think you can agree with that.
I have to agree with that. There's no way I can deny that, and especially with how we're seeing these teams work. I'm just wondering, how do you make this difference? What changes do you think they should be making to give themselves that ability to take the win? There's a couple things you could do. It's just about trying to go for the setup, trying to get the pick. Deimos only having Castle and Castle and Fenrir tracked means that the other 3 operators are known, but they're just not red pinged yet.
Well, I guess they kind of forgot that they have a Deimos, probably. And I don't know actually, or maybe it is already scanned out. Yeah, it is scanned out now. So hopefully for him, he should be able to go for the scans to track the players down. But at the same time, I guess the main target should be the Florist. Sorry, the Fenrir here, who is, I believe, on the top floor. But at the same time, they can just throw their bodies and maybe take the gunfights head on. They have found success previously. I do not quite like this position from the side of the Twitch, though, nor do I like it from the Tubarao, because he is in the C4 range, and probably the Twitch is expecting the C4 to be coming in, and oh my lord. Hopefully for him, the only casualty he's gonna be having is some HP, and he still has himself up and running along with one more shock drone, so he better be using it. And the bigger factor here is that this time around, the take of God Squad is a little bit slower onto the top floor, because previously we saw them a bit more ruthless. And I guess it was because they had a Blackbeard. Instead, they're running a non-Blackbeard thingy, because they do have a bug. They have a Twitch, which is a lot more strategical, which I respect. But maybe if they had a Blackbeard, they could have pushed it directly.
You might be right about that. But right now, with Buck and Ash being below, meaning that nobody can really hold the angle, this will be opened up very quickly once Ash finds it, and that means they can just get that line of sight. But never mind, Bandit gets the kill instead. He's not letting his Barrett go without a fight. And that's one of the more important factors to this. The utility defense is actually coming out much better. Rixen, though, does get panicked, meaning Tubarao off the board, meaning there's not going to be any way to stall or use your gun for evil, but never mind, as Tubarao is being avenged quickly by the Bandit, and that 4v5 as Deimos goes down as well. Santai there as well, getting that cross angle, but takes him out with a quick swing from Dude, getting 2 quicks. That was a 4K, correct?
It was.
Yeah, because Santai stole the 5th. Tough but close. 4-2. This is the best split we've seen from Counterplay, so they're really not letting anything go. They're going to fight it out tooth and nail.
I'm actually happy that the players of Counterplay were able to pull this off finally. Again, it just took them 5 maps. But boy, oh boy, now you gotta hold it, because your opposition is still gonna be sitting on 2 maps, while you have to take this map, then the following, and then you have to push it to Fortress. In order to take this victory, or even have the chance to have it, it needs to go there. And now, this is where they'll have to put pretty much everything on the line, because as much as I hate to say it, Counterplay kinda struggles on attack. And sometimes they really gets a little bit more excited and goes for FBI open up. I know the memes are there, but how often can you rely on them? You can't fail with the fear factor, but you know what? Your opposition doesn't fear anything. You were saying something, Grego. Sorry, I cut you off.
No, I was just saying, well, you're right. Because don't let your memes be dreams. This is the time. This is your Godzilla versus Gojira moment. This is where the lion needs to face the pride and go out into his own. So we've got Lion, Ying, Habana, Grim for the side of the attack with, I do believe I didn't see it correctly, the sixth pick of being Grim, being Gridlock. So they're wanting to start singing and wanting to shut this match down. The most important factor is always going to be the defensive half. We've got Zenari, that new operator who can actually shut off entire sites given the right angles. We've seen how GODSQUAD have used him in the past to actually dominate. So I would like to see it again. It's their defensive half now.
Yeah, they are
which
doing it.
They're very strong on. But again, Blitz Dokebi ban, Asami Solus ban. Those aren't just what if bans. Those are targeted not only for strategy but for players.
There's one thing I want to see actually, if it's possible. That is, if the Denari setup represents the summoning circle, because I think I saw a star onto the window. So being gods in their name, being as comparable to devils, oh god, that does take a lot of courage, if I have to say. But at the same time, it does make sense, because that pentagon, well, it does a lot more damage because it has 5 connectors, and at the same time you will be I think you'll be fried alive the moment you touch it. I mean, then again, it is a summoning circle for a reason. Now the attackers opting to go for a take onto Solarium, as it seems, and they will actually find success. I really admire that, because the moment they toss a drone through the Solarium window, they send someone through the trophy window as well, so that the Valkyrie was distracted, and there you have it. Hopefully the cameras should be up and running, but the refrag game is gonna be up and running. Kolza will not let his fallen teammate go unavenged, and guess what? Soup's not gonna do this. He's gonna do the same thing over here, as the attackers are slowly but surely taking some pacing on the top floor, and looks like they are gonna be going for a little bit of a vertical approach first, even though verticality may not be the primary factor here, as there are players outside of library as well. The Mira needs to decide that, okay, should I be staying here and get a kill in the process maybe, or should I be falling back to the objective? The Denar is nearby as well, and if the attackers understand that there are way too many players on the library, they can simply commit the objective. Now the Twitch drone will be dispatching the call out, and maybe, just maybe, they will be diving in. Rixian, however, will have something else to say, as Sanch is going to be going down looking for more outside the library small window. Will finally go into dark space, and that's going to be difficult for him to be flushed out.
You're right about that one. Frag's challenges regard takes out Kavik. That's Gridlock down, meaning that Godsend want to try and hold this case for themselves. It's all going to come down to this moment of, can they get up Solarium Staircase? Can they go for the challenge in the bathroom? And hopefully find their pick that they need. Because they've got a minute left. They have to clear sight and get the diffuser. There's a lot to do, but Elements shuts down Snoop, leaving it all up to Panic, meaning you can't jump into sight, as you know it's not clear, but you can hopefully find one onto Rexen, but no, Rexen takes it. So it's all going to be about those moments of surprise. It's 3-4. We could see an equalize in this round, or we could see that advantage keep being taken by counterplay. We're heading back up to Masters, so we should hopefully be able to see something. No, we're going to Kitchen. That's a bit more interesting, since they seemed more comfortable on Master. If we're going to Kitchen, then maybe they have a strat we don't know about yet. Jaeger, Fenrir, Vigil, Smoke, and Bandit are being brought for the defense. I'm just thinking, so when it comes to Kitchen, would you ever think of bringing another operator like Oryx yourself?
You know, that is actually a good idea. I've never given it a thought, because there is a hatch inside of the objective, and you can definitely fall back to the basement from Trench. So it does make a lot more sense to run the Oryx. And oh boy, I've never thought about it. That could have been a pretty well designed strategy as well, considering a lot of players, especially on this objective, may even go for K9, may go for Big Window, may even go for Solarium. I mean, Solarium has been a very heavy traffic area throughout this entire series, at least the ones I've casted on. So if you run an Oryx, mind you, you can play excessively aggressive, because you can run out through the garage panels, and you can also run out from the car garage exit, and you can probably find someone while the pants are down. Yeah, there is a Nomad you have to worry about, but even then, the odds kind of favor the defenders, especially on this objective. But anywho, coming back to the present here, as God Squad going for kitchen side does make a lot more sense to me, because in my books they are pretty damn strong on the first floor defenses, whether it be on game room, whether it be on kitchen, and so on. And now they are extending their positioning pretty well on all across the map as well, because I do see the vigil on the basement. I do see some extensions onto the west main side as well, along with some players playing from top. And I believe the smoke is going to be the primary target here, playing inside of the toilet to catch off anybody pushing west main, I believe, to probably punish it. But I do want to see if this happens. Oh, there was a claymore. I was expecting that. As Rixian, well, that's one reason you should not be running Oryx, but guess what? It doesn't matter.
It was just a really good read. They understood the team. They understood what the playstyle is like, and they chose to capitalize on it. There's one more important fact that's coming out from this: that smokes went down as well, leaving it up to Jaeger, Fenrir, and Bandit. Three operators that are set it and forget it somewhat in their abilities,
Don't run out,
which
don't
is
run out.
good. But also, getting a perfect pick on a panic jumping out, meaning that post plant is not your ideal situation. They do have top floor control. They try to catch the Bandit as he crosses, but didn't work. A quick trade, though, coming up from Santi and Elements. So it's equaling to 2v3, but you're against the MP7s. Guns for days. Not an idea that you want to be challenging, but as my favorite weapon, I'm excited to see how they try to clutch this up. As now, they have to take Solarian Staircase. They've got to try and take the people on Trophy, Mesme, and make sure to cover each other regardless, because if they go for the hatch drop and you're not paying attention, you might not hear it, because there's Dewey taking out Pulse as he went through main entrance. He just dropped down, chose to go for the challenge, and takes it. But now Fenrir gets caught. Just a beautiful snap from Kavik. Shots lining up amazingly well.
I was about to say that hey, if you know the Fenrir is here, and if you know there's one guy on on dining, why don't you go for mezzanine? And I didn't even need to say it. Somehow the players understood that assignment and they went for that, and they were able to cut the bandit off. And when the bandit was down, the Fenrir didn't have any other choice but to take this 1v2 head on, and that's exactly where they fell. Counterplay, able to deny the equalization. That is good for them, and now they're looking down to get this map for them. And I kind of want to put my bets on them, but I still want to say, come on, you guys are doing just fine. Keep it up. Do not flinch whatsoever, because God Squad, they are being aggressive, but whatever. I'm not going to say that they're making any mistakes, because at this moment, counterplay, they are just a little bit better team overall on this attack. And now, pushing the players of God Squad into a basement defense, maybe they're going to be able to put a little bit more pressure onto the Trent side and then go for their own isolations. But I would put my bets on the blue side a bit more, because honestly, to some extent, God players do play blue, but they tend to leave it. I don't know if you remember yesterday when the plans were going down inside of Trench. There was a player who could have denied it from blue. He went to the rotation. I don't know who it was, but if these are factors they can take advantage of, they'll be more than fine going in forward.
As we remember from yesterday as well, M870 shotguns are amazing and we love them. Just from the fact that Elements used it last time to clutch up.
Oh yeah,
And
exactly.
I
yeah.
could see it happening again. Right now, though, the bigger problem is going to be this 2 brow and bandit charges. They can nade the bandits to clear it, but they can't nade the bandit to actually like stop him from going for it without putting a lot of things into risk.
Oh, there was a Goyo canister.
Yeah, the Gora counter blocks the hole. It's the same way you can do with Sami barriers. You
Yeah,
just
I know.
block it and
I
keep it
just
up.
didn't know there was one actually. So if that's the case, I think the best thing they could have probably done is spam both of the grenades at the same time. Because if that was the case, they know that Goyo canister is going off, and at the same time, the second grenade is gonna get the bandit charges. And because of the fire, the bandit cannot trick. But I guess the bandit doesn't have any remorse for his life, because he will walk into the fire and just put up a bandit charge and fall back. Whoa, dedication.
It's called love and respect for teammates. You got to do what must be done. It's those moments where you have to be the hero for your team. But for now, I'm wondering more about what the Rams' plan is here, because they've droned it out. They're checking. They're gonna make a lot of noise once they clear this door, and that Ying is gonna have to go in and go for the kill. Gets one beautiful pick, but there's the gadget to stop and detonate it. Glass pushes in to take that free space, though. So it's all coming up to this moment of how do you get these picks? How do you get this clear?
There's one more
Use the
Razor
drone
Bloom.
quickly to try and bait shots, but they don't know how close the player is.
I think I saw one more Razor Bloom on top of glass. I'm not sure if it is an enemy gadget or something, but it felt like it. And now with the wall being with pretty much uncontested, the thermite should be able to open that up as well as the glass is holding a long line, and I do admire that because now the glass will be more than happy to go for these fights, but the glass needs to survive first. Polza able to get rid of Didu, and well, not something they have to worry about quite yet, but when it comes to the raw manpower, they'll probably have to put themselves on the trial where they should not have been. And now because of my Magnus, they're really having the time of their lives because the defenders, they're just burning time one by one. Literally spamming all the utilities they have into the kitchen sink. And now the plan's going down, but I guess it's gonna be yes, it will be Palza, my goat. He's gonna be able to pick up a triple. And now it's all up to the glass guy as he will be able to go for isolation. So the first one's gonna be connecting, but guess what? Palza's just way too good with MP5K as he will pick 1, 2, and 3, and probably a fourth as well for himself. As the players of God Squad, boy oh boy, they do hold on.
When it's a 4K like that, you really can't be wanting anything less. Beautiful shots, beautiful plant denial. It just came out to anything they tried, it got halted at the door. But that's one of the moments where who gets banned? You
Game,
gotta spin the
probably?
wheel, you gotta see, because right now it's Grim and Goyo, meaning that they can't block the drone hole anymore with any any destructible gadgets for now. It's now, if they go back down there, it's gonna be a much more tough hold. But also the fact that they're choosing to go bar gaming, meaning that this is the time where Counterplay need to understand how to change their tactics, whether that be bringing a Twitch, Thatcher, or something else, just to clear sight of complete utility. Because the last time they got punished in the worst way possible.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
And
bombs.
they have. And at the same time, they were not able to take a lot of positionings onto, how do I put it? I think it was the window positions. I do believe there was a pentagon from what I remember. Yeah, it is
Yep,
gonna
we'll
be.
see it in a second.
Yeah, there you have it. Let's see the devil's coming in. Wait, 1 second. No! Create a pentagon, my guy. Yes, do it. I think he did it. Yeah, we didn't get to see it exactly, but yeah, there you have it. The devil summoning circle is gonna be there, and oh boy, this.
I like
this,
the
this
fact
is-
you're more excited for that. I was
Of
hoping he
course
just hit
I
the
am.
star.
Come on, man. We have to have these moments, and we have to have these factors where the gods become the devils. Because there was a very old game. I can't remember what it was, where it said that you cannot catch devils with angels. And somehow it used to be my Discord bio for a very long time, but anywho. Now Counterplay, they have found pretty decent success so far when it comes to taking these fights head on, but now with the Blackbeard, they should be able to go into K9 and to office side without too much of a contention. And never mind, I think they're wait a second. Don't tell me they're going for that again. Because it may work, but the chances of that success is really shabby. And I think they're gonna do it, my guy. They're just gonna be waiting for the perfect timing. There you have it. Another FBI open up is gonna be coming in as a Blackbeard is gonna be charging inside the objective. There's nobody to be seen except for the Mira, maybe. But the Mira is gonna be surviving here. There is a player who is down, but the Blackbeard. Oh, what the hell? Who's gonna be able to go for a
Dude.
team kill? But they do have the objective.
It was just the fact that Snoop chose to go for the hard run. I understand it. I respect it. Go for the punish. Go for the shutdown. Go for the knife. But it was not worth it. And that's the risk that was played.
2v2.
For now, it's 4v5. They have to go. Sorry, it's 2v3. Curves down, has to be smitten, but no, with a 1v3, Blackbeard being last one standing, I mean, he can clutch it, but he doesn't have he has the diffuser to go for the plant, but he doesn't have the safety where he can defuse. He gets one more, takes out curve. That's better, but he knows if he plants without any covering or knowledge, they could sneak up behind him, which is close to what was happening. He drops the shield at the wrong time, and Rexon takes him out. It's those moments where you've got so many opportunities, so many choices. You know you're getting pinched from both sides. It's a 5-5. There's the equalization. I'm still trying to think of what your quote was you said there. It's from a game you said. I'll figure it out later.
It
But
was from NFS Rivals. I just remembered. You can't catch devils with angels.
okay.
Well,
Interesting one.
It was a very long time ago. We were kids, but it was there. And as it seems, God Squad, they are definitely doing having a deal with the devil at the moment because they are able to pull these off as well. And more than that, counterplay. Come on, you have objective control. Calm down. You have the positioning. You can probably flush out the players. You don't need to throw bodies like that. And now you're on an equalization. And as much as you want to have these moments for yourself, God Squad is just one run away from putting themselves yet again on the driver's seat. And worst of all, it's gonna be match point for them. Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be counterplay or God Squad will counterplay. Even though it is not match point, they are yet again against the wall. They'll have to put themselves on a bit more of a calmer pace. And I don't know if they took a pause timer yet, but even though it's not the best time to go for a Drago, but I think they should. Because if they do so, there is a chance that they will be able to pull these plays a bit more carefully and methodically. Rushing like that is... It is nice. It is a lot of aura farming, but... No, man. It's just not happening.
Figured out what the quote's from. Some Need for Speed Rivals from 2013. But anyway, carrying on with the point of the actual game of Rainbow Six Siege that we all love and show, whether these two players meet in Snowmobile is up for grabs because Jaeger's going to dance around the bullets and get out of there just barely in time. Goes for the wallbang, tries to find Sledge, takes it, just knocks a couple fleas off him for now. But a 5v4 curve takes out Panic. Sledge has to come up that staircase to try and get up to the third floor, but he's not going to be able to do it just yet. The main factor of this is all going to come out to, can you safely get in the kitchen? Can you safely go and punish the Jaeger that you think is hiding there? Or do you just take the blue staircase? And it seems the best choice is go for blue. Remember the core factor of this. Try and clear out gallery. Try and help assist your teammate because Curve gets another one, takes out Santi. And now it's up to this Sledge and this Thermite to get a kill. Snoop gets one after standing on it, but Kavic's there. Thatcher gets his own pick, takes out Jaeger. It's a 3v3. They're equalized again. 1v... So close, 2v3. He almost had Rex, and if he could take him out, he could have been able to take site control because one wasn't on site. But Pulsar gets another, takes out Snoop. It's equal down to 2v2. They know only one is on site, though.
They do know that, but at the same time, I have to compliment the Bandit there because he was taking full advantage of the angles there. And now the Bandit probably is going to be waiting for calls to go for the plan. But the problem is, I don't think they're planning on a default position. But the C4 will connect! And there you have it. It's going to be the Electric Boy versus the anti-Electric Boy here. Going for a 1v1. He does have the DMR in his hand. And we got to be careful, ladies and gentlemen. We know what happens here. But for now... Bandit knows exactly where the Thatcher is gonna be. The Bandit's trying to charge him as much as they can, and now they're trying to go for the pre-fires as well. The smoke's gonna be there, and it's a good one, but the problem is he has to go for the defusal as well. As much as we want to see the Thatcher, we simply cannot, I think, but then again, the angles are gonna be there. The Bandit's gonna be sticking it, but no, he's gonna be leaving on the very last second, and in the end, it's gonna be Kavik who will find the kill because the Bandit got a little bit greedy, and now that is gonna allow the players of counterplay to be on match point. Very well executed from the side of the Bandit though, but just because he felt a little bit afraid inside of that corner, he dived in. But there was a very high chance he could have pulled it off, but good God, that counterplay keeps themselves on this game because now it is God Squad who has to push the opposition.
It's so tough. You have to know what the plan is because nothing's scripted, nothing's coming, everything's left to chance. As we go to Wine Cellar, we're in the penultimate round. Whether it's match point or overtime, we need to see this through to the end. Just like these players, we have Pulse on 13 kills, Elements on 10, and I'm gonna say 13 and Senti on 14. No one's really getting the runaway just yet. Panic is slowly waking up. He's being that playmaker that's needed, so you can't doubt the guy. But it's this time where anything could happen. And literally, I mean anything. There's two things I'm wondering, and I'm not sure if you'll agree with me on this. Because of the fact that we have Warden being brought, who's a direct counter to Glaz, if they've joined him out, they'll keep Glaz and they'll go for that punishment. But if not, Glaz might just be not paying attention. Warden creates a great surprise pick and just punishes it. I'm just not sure how this is going to play.
I think Glass has been completely swapped out instead of a RAM, even though the UI is a little bit more confusing here because it still shows that it is on swap, but I guess it's just a little bit of whoopsie from the UI side. But yeah, what was the question again? Question again? I forgot.
Well, it was going to be if Warden gets through as a surprise pick, and it might have happened since Glass did get switched off, as he said. Now it's Ram.
Well, I like the RAM a bit more over here because you can definitely find some values with Glass over here, but you need to play those extreme long lines of sight, and the chances of those lines of sight are very limited, but it is there definitely on the side of the long garage. But I guess that's not going to be the main concern here, as the attackers will take off two players back to back. As I believe it was the Vigil who was a little bit more overzealous there, but the bigger problem is gonna be the Wamai, who could have been a bit more useful on the later rounds because I'm pretty sure the magnets have not been deployed, and he's also the top fragger of the team. So now the pressure is going to be starting to catch up to them as the players are trying to nullify these utilities they have and then maybe go for the plans. And with the Ram, I believe opening up the mezzanine side, they should be able to go for a little bit of a cutoff onto the deeper objectives and then go for some of their own plays. But I do respect the attackers still droning and confirming if there are any available defenders in the vicinity, as they now know there is a player onto the blue stairs side, and there is someone playing aggressively on the breach. So how is that gonna be? If the players, however, cut off the defender playing onto the closed beach or from the verticals, it's gonna backfire very much. And there you have it. That's what I was calling for. But hopefully for the Warden, sorry, the Cade, he will be able to escape. But never mind, not for long.
Not with Frag there watching the angle. But now they have a long distance angle as well. So Curve can be here to get his pick. It's all going to come down to timing, whether they're going to push as an absolute unit or they're going to trickle in and lose this fireman, like lose it as if they were playing Power Ranger style. Because right now, they're close. They are very, very close to getting this victory. It's 30 seconds, but that timer is not your friend. Thermite's going in for the plant. Curve gets one, takes out Panic. Thermite just has to go for the stick to make sure that this goes through. And that's it. Now they've just got to wait for the players to either try and find their opening pick or go for the victory. There's the opening pick they needed and just got to take it one down the stairs. So Snoop Doggy Dog takes it. That means it's a 2-1. We're getting back to this. And again, this one wasn't won in overtime. This was won in regulation. 7-5. But this was actually GODSQUAD's map pick. We're going to Clubhouse next.
Well, I have to admit, the players of Kano Play, they really grew up as a better team this time around because I did say that sometimes they were running inside the objective like they were headless chickens on the first two maps and even yesterday. But this time around, they took their sweet time and then they went for the engagement, especially starting from defense, because they were able to make sure that, okay, even if we're losing too many players, what if we just hunker down? Okay, we have lost a couple of rounds, but let's not lose our momentum. Let's not be greedy in simple fashion. And they have not been. And I really, really appreciate that. I cannot explain how much I do, because the main factor where they were struggling with throughout the entire series, even yesterday, is they were giving away early rounds. This is the only map they did not. And as they did not, I am pretty confident to say that they have regained their momentum. And if they can keep it up on the map of Clubhouse, this is no question, and it's anybody's guess. It's gonna drag onto Fortress as well. And it is a grand finals, and I have to admit, both the teams are extremely talented. Both of the teams are extremely gifted, and they really, really deserve to be there as well.
Well, as I said before, winner gets to go into Eon, loser gets to go to Fire Series. So they're both going to be somewhat rewarded. Maybe not monetary wise because the winner gets the €100, but they're still getting something out of this. And one of the more important factors is if you didn't qualify for one, you didn't get the gifted spot, you can qualify for the other. So everyone at home, everyone here as well, don't forget to qualify. Don't forget to sign up. And we'll see you all in a second after the break for map 4. And we're going to Clubhouse. I'm excited for this.
So am I.
Welcome back, everyone. So, good news and even better news. We're going to Clubhouse. It's 2-1 at the moment. So, we still have either the chance of going to Fortress or we have the chance to end it here. I'm sure I'm not the only one saying this because I kind of want to see Fortress. I want to see how these teams play it. But if you're all falling asleep, nodding off, go get a cup of tea or coffee. That's what I had to do. And I'm sure with Crest as well, he's got some yum yum noodles, just something to keep us awake and push through a little bit further. So understand, we've seen these teams try to, let's say, drag out the energy, but once the back came to it and they just couldn't get away from it, once they had to just claw the way out. It was digging your own grave at that point where they're just trying to save energy for so long for the best of three. Now Counterplay have decided to waken up. They fought back. They took the first match in regulation now. So 2-1. We're going to Clubhouse, a match that punishes you if you do not know how to play it, or if you've not played it like correctly enough, because there's only 3 main methods of attack, 3 main methods of defense, with a couple variations here and there because we've got 46 operators in the game. Not
Absolutely.
ideal when you're playing blindly.
I think Clubhouse is the oldest map which we have in the esports pool at the moment, and as it is there, I don't think Oregon is there. So I just need to like clarify that. So Clubhouse and Oregon were the maps where you had to play bread and butter Rainbow Six Siege. That is exactly where the OGs come from. That's a map pretty much everybody wants to play. Even in your ranked games, there's a very high chance that they will ban any map, but they will always keep Clubhouse because people love to play it. People feel flexible. They feel right at home. So as the randoms in your rank games will feel that way, there's a very high chance these players will not feel any form of discomfort here. So, as they are, I have to say that, of course, God Squad's gonna try their level best to bring their A game, but it's gonna be a little bit more important from the side of counterplay to keep themselves alive. A lot of times, whenever I see Clubhouse in the map pool, it kind of feels like a death sentence to any of the teams because you know how this map goes. You can try to be creative, but in the end, you're still gonna do the same thing over and over again. You have to go for the if it's a based on objective, you have to go for the hatches. If it's a top floor objective, you probably have to go for you have to run a hard breacher. And I can go all night, but as of now, we are gonna be heading into the game as GODSQUAD starts things off with defense, and this is a little bit of a important factor that is God Squad, when they're starting on defense, even though it has been pretty consistent from their side, they always has the first lead. Now, counterplay, what is going to be their answer on this particular side? They have found the answer to take their victories, or should I say to secure the maps? They need to secure the early round leads. If they can't, they will face consequences. And as of now, God Squad doesn't want any primary hard breachers except for Hibana or Maverick being available. So, counterplay, how do they want to take this fight head on? They will have can openers, but though they're just gonna be opening up small holes to like have someone to crouch through, but it's just gonna be the tip of the iceberg.
You can say the tip of the iceberg, but as we've lost both hard breachers and now bandit, it's gonna be up to Kaid to try and keep these keep the attackers out of their sight. I do like going down to basement as the first site. It normally catches teams off guard, or if they are prepared for it, it gives them the ability to either try and rush B straight off the bat. And I do love rushing through dirt. It's a little bit difficult because one Goyo could ruin your entire day. But here, as we can see now, the drones are set up. They are looking for cash room. They're trying to find where they're actually set up. And they're giving us a bit of an extended hold. So, you're going to have to explain to me, is there any interesting ways of roaming that you like to do on this match?
I usually put someone onto the stock side or maybe someone somewhere on the backstage side because somehow that is a place a lot of people don't quite drone in, or even though they do, but you more often have a chance to contest several angles from that area. You can go for a person who's trying to go for a rappel to get the hatch down, or even if a person is trying to take control of club, what's it called, the bar area, and you can also fall back from blue in case things go wrong. So that is my choice, but then again, there's a lot of players who tend to put someone on construction because of the hatch being accessible. But I guess what else is going to be accessible is going to be the frags from the side of GODSQUAD. There will be someone who will be down, but not out quite yet. And I wouldn't say be greedy to secure the kill because there might be someone who might just be around in the corner to catch you off guard. But as of now, they will be able to secure one kill for the price of two. And mind you, those were two important operators as well. I do not know if they have any other EMPs available. No, they don't. Actually, I just realized. Oh no, Capcan! He's gonna survive that, and he's also gonna claim the Blitzer's life. But someone's going for the revive. Interesting for the Baileys, but I don't know what was the game plan there.
It was the refrag advice. We told them that they should be refragging and catching up to each other, but it just didn't work. They got pinched on it, and because they kept trying to refrag and losing the man count for it, the sacrifice didn't work out. Havoc does have a minute 30 alive. He doesn't have Diffuser. It's still outside. There's a two-brow directly trying to challenge him. So it might be the time just to try and get your ones and open up picks. 1v3 is winnable for Havoc. We've seen it before. But you're against the two-brow who's got that longer range than you. You have to be cautious of anything you try to challenge. He's pushing up those. Havoc is willing to go for these kills. If we've seen him do it before, it's just about making the right choices now. He has one can opener left, so he can actually do a lot with it. It's just the fact of now the defenders have went back and settled themselves. Is it the best choice to do so? You've got the diffuser. You can make that opening play. You can try to go for the pick through the hatches if you want to. Only two of them are Kaid Claude. So it's up to this moment of what do you do.
The only hatch he probably can open is, I think, on the stock side, and even if he does so, he'll have to make some noise. And I did see the players putting up a late round setup as the Cade and the Aruni, I believe, who were creating lines of sight or footholds onto that particular area. So that's not going to be the easiest fight to take here, and it definitely it's not going to get easier whatsoever, as it's going to be the two Baral who will take him out onto the main stair side. And I gotta admit, the defenders, they were able to take very early head-on fights, and sometimes they were able to take advantage of the unawareness of the attackers. Again, yeah, the blitz went down, that's fine. You could have gone for the push. Maybe there was someone else, but the captain was like, you know what? Yeah, you can try for the revive. I'm just gonna confirm the kill on the blitz because he is annoying to deal with. And now with a lead on the hands, GODSQUAD. This is one round, yeah, counterplay. They can definitely turn it around, but this is what I'm afraid of. They tend to lose momentum very, very quickly. And if they do that again, chances are very high they will not be able to find it anytime soon. We are going to a CCTV defense, and we do have an Azami on the board as well. And this is definitely going to be a nightmare for the attackers to take, considering the main heart breachers are banned. The Azami will have nothing to worry about from the main leads. The only thing she needs to contest is the garage entrances. And how do you fight that? You need to put someone onto the what's it called? The stage side, and probably flush someone out to swamp. But guess what? Even then, that Azami has to worry about only two angles, not the third. The probable bold play, which we have seen time and time, is maybe picking up a ram and jumping through the window of CC. But that's 100% suicide mission. Do you really want to put that gamble? I don't think so.
Well, that is up for question because there's a couple things you got to think about in this case. If they can get started with this and they can push in, as you said, through swamp, through dirt, and go into the plant, it's not ideal. If they go through strip as well, it comes to the same problem. Counter player needing that opening pick, they're needing that set. Buck's in, he's cleared, he's already way straightforward. But this is Clubhouse, meaning that there's drones, there's cameras, there's default spots. There's a lot of intel that has to be done. And right now, as you can see, Tubra has no fear. He sees the drone, he knows they're coming, so he's going to retreat, give the call out, and give his team the idea that, hey, this is where they're pushing from. Be prepared for it, but do get one, though. Taking out elements, that's Aruni off the table, though.
That is actually a smart position from his side. I think when he dropped, he also made the sound so that nobody knew that there's going to be someone inside of logistics. So that is quite a good opening from their side, as they're going to be able to, like, at least nullify one factor. I thought it was a two-barrel. Never mind. I was almost about to say that no more two-barrels coming in, but never mind. Still something to work with. And now, as it seems to be a construction take, this is a little bit more of a commendable approach, considering they don't have to worry about the Azami whatsoever. Or even if they want to do so, they can go for late rounds and they maybe can have a better success. As the Hibana's trying to bait it out, as it seems, he's using two pellets at a time, mind you, so he's gonna have a little bit more of a funny approach, if I have to be honest, as the Thatcher just trying to deny all the utilities there. And now the lines of sight, or should I say the crouch holes, will be opened up to be invested onto this construction wall. So I really hope there's not going to be too much to worry about onto the main wall. Maybe a line of sight will be admirable, but C4s will be coming in to deny some timing. That Didu able to get a double kill for himself, and now it's going to be Santi able to get one for himself from the below. And chances are very high that Tubarão is not going to be surviving anytime more. But I guess he just will be able to escape into red. Okay, what the hell? There was a player onto red stairs and he was not paying attention. Now it's all up to the Azami at a 1v3. Position was not a reveal. And now the attackers have full control of the objective as he needs to find the kill. The flashbang's going to be coming in as Rixian needs to find... Wait, the planet? Yeah, it is going to go down finally. And now needs to find the isolation and needs to go for this clutch. Does have 2 impacts and 1 Kiba barrier in his pocket. Will be able to block off one angle to cover the jump. But is that it? I think so.
You're right about is that it? It was close. He did get just a little bit caught at the end. It's those important factors that we get to see. One being that, hey, you're going up against an absolute unit of a team. You can't just blindly rush in, rush up the staircase. Buck wasn't paying attention. He got caught out for it, yes. But it's those sorts of moments that tell them, hey, there's a lot you can do for room for growth. It's not as simple as just, oh, well, we lost. We just got to give up and try again. It's do
That's
strategy,
us, by the
talk
way.
about it. Pardon?
That's us. We're the one who's crying. But please
Oh
proceed.
no, I'm full tears right now, but they don't need to know that. They can't see me. But the important factor is, all right, curve goes down. He couldn't get his pick for it, so his momentum hasn't started. But his motivation's still there anyway. We're going to gym bedroom now, which I feel like that might have been the right pick for them in the last round, especially with their setup. It was just the fact that they got caught off guard that little bit more. For now, I'm wondering 2 things. You can ask yourself of, is it the fact that they've been read by counterplay, or is it the fact that counterplay are able to just exactly challenge everything they want to do right now?
I think they were able to challenge pretty much everything they wanted to take head on. The only read they had probably was that, hey, we didn't ban Azami, right? So there's definitely going to be an Azami on Garage. So there's a very high chance we can do anything about it, considering we can look at the main wall open. So I think the second statement was a little bit more plausible, rather. So with that an equation, they have found success, and I really hope they find it on the coming rounds as well, as they are going to be starting things off from the CCTV side, also burning a Kiba barrier from the equation. And I do love how the Capital utilizing this can openers on his arsenal, as that's pretty much gonna allow him to have a lot of rotations being cut off. Oh no, the timings on the drones could have been a little bit more crucial. The Jaeger could have simply ignored the drone, but now the players know there is someone below. But I do also love the hold from the players onto the CCTV and cache side, and chances are very high that they're going to be contesting the highway very actively. So maybe going for logistics was indeed a really good idea, but at the same time, you need to find the isolations. Okay, good timing from the Thatcher. If we can find the... Never mind, I thought it's going to be someone else, but it's going to be none other than the Azami getting a kill from the strip club, I believe. So the attackers, they thought they were safe, but they are not quite safe quite yet. But they'll have to find map control now, as they still need to open up the construction wall, but I guess it's gonna be elements. He's gonna be elements instead, as he's gonna be getting one by one, and he's so very much breathing and alive.
If we're bringing puns into this, that was illuminating to me. But for now, it's their moment to shine. They're trying to go for the push and the punish here, but the fact that they keep getting picked off bit by bit, and Pulsa getting another one on the Santa is a bit of a danger. But Panic does finally stop the flaws,
good
getting
stuff.
2 of his own pushes in clearly. That's a lot of safety now to be done. Snow gets another one, takes out Pulsar, evening the odds to 2v2. They know where they have to come back from because they've been challenged every time. Diffuser's going down, but unlucky. Frags gets one, takes out Panic, and now it's just up to the challenge. As Elements tries to go for the flank and will catch off after the kill, though, does come out. It's that refrag ability coming out for these teams.
Nice attempt from the side of the Thatcher, as he was able to do something inside the objective, but unfortunately the timing just did not favor the Hibana, because if she survived there, it could have been a completely different story. But God Squad Well, I still have to give it to the side of counterplay because they were able to put such a good amount of pressure, considering the Aruni was technically lifting the entire team up on her shoulders and taking it to this round. The runouts, the probably the yeah, it was a run out and not exactly a spawn peak, but aggressive plays were really putting up an amazing fight from their side. And now with Azami banned from the board, they will have a little bit a little bit more of a, I don't know, chances to go for a garage maybe, or maybe to any general objective. But instead of that, they're also going to be losing out on the Thatcher. So the Ks are going to be incredibly annoying to be dealt with. As the EMP, the pocket EMPs definitely can be used to deny those, but you need to know exactly where they are. While the attackers, I think, are deciding to go for a little bit more of a aggressive approach. I do see the Blitz being present along with the Grim. So without an Azami, I don't really see Garage lasting for that long. But then again, there might be a chance that they're just gonna be letting that go and play the smokes and probably C4s as well from below, or from the smokes from the other objective, because there are lineups and so on. But I do wonder, why did they not bring a castle here, considering they are opting to play onto the stage side? Because castle could have been incredibly powerful holding onto this area, because from the setup, they are willing to hold on to garage as long as they can. They know they can defend it, but they're like, hey, what if I try?
Especially when spawn picks like that are up for grabs. I don't know how to take that. Here's the thing: we're getting to see God Squad using the industry standards. Use the capital, try and stop the bandits, try to stop the kids, and go for the wall. Thatcher being stronger now than he's ever been, and Maverick now being able to open straight across with one tank without having to wait and reload. It does kind of mean that, hey, you can't just blindly follow and push through. You can't just be like, hey, we're just going to go for the fire and push it through. This is where the problem comes, because now that they're ready for it, they're going to pre-fire, try to protect the Maverick. The wall's now open. Buck is here. It's gone. It's one of the easiest things in the world you can do when you've banned off Thermite, you've banned off Ace, and you've banned off Thatcher. Now you've just got to use Maverick. It's the easiest one to do it with, but it's also the one with the most risk. So right now, I can see a lot of counterplay trying to put the basics to the test. Go for God Squad's strategy book, and just be like, oh, this is how they're gonna have to do it. We can do it this way instead. As the ping comes out from the Monty telling exactly where the person on rafters is, you don't really have the choice of just being like, oh, blindly push up and take it, because there's too many angles to hold now.
Well, the Capita does spot out the Kate in the distance, but will not connect the shots. But at the same time, he does have 2 fireballs available, and he can fry the players alive, and looks like he will be able to do some damage, but not something he can be proud of. And now, because of the Kiba Aruni gates coming back online, the Monty's gonna be having a much harder time. But thanks to that, they're gonna be able to get rid of the Aruni. I think there would have been something more here, but the smoke is gonna be there to cover his teammate up, even though he's technically the highest HP player available. Mind you, he's below 50 already, so the defenders are not looking very good here, considering 2 of them are on 1 HP. The second are, I would say, maybe 2 hit to go, but even then, they do have 1 C4 available from the 2 Barrel, so if they want to go for C4 plays, they will find success. But somehow this team is so consistent, finding their own teammates back to back to back. And now it's a 1v1, 1v4 for the side of counterplay. And I don't get it. These are rounds which were not supposed to be in favor of God Squad. They just, I guess it's the Gauze who just favors them, and they just gets away with these things every single time. Hibana can definitely win it out with the DMR. All of the players are technically one-shot by that DMR now, and now going for the breach. Will be able to create some lines of sight and maybe walk in as well, but he needs to play long distances, and there you have it. The first one was gonna be going down. Needs to find the second, but the shotgun from below is gonna be getting him off guard. And there you have it, the players of God Squad. Lord,
So,
how
by the
does
way,
this happen?
I do have to tell you something quickly, just to correct you. That's Counterplay's first team kill the last 2 days, but God Squad got it yesterday. And I think it's the gods having their moment of fun, where it's like, ha, we took our guys out, now you will take out yours. And that's kind of the problem we're seeing right now, is trigger discipline, the tiredness, the endurance, everything is hitting them all at once. They're having a lack of energy. but it's also the moments where it's siege timing. We all done the thing where if you stand and hold an angle for 10 seconds,
Attackers need to locate
you
and
look away
defuse
or your
the
teammate
bomb.
crosses in front of you. That's the moment somebody peeks. The problem was that you shot a multi in the back. For now, 3-1. Defensive favored map, somewhat, just because of how Clubhouse is. It's like 51 maybe to 49. Not really that much. It's just about team
balanced.
coordination at the moment. The bigger problem I'm seeing here, and I kind of need to know your answer on this, is when it comes to trying to take the rush strats, trying to take anything from this, what's the best way of handling this? Because right now, they're going to get caught off guard if they don't reinforce the hatches and don't try to go for the punishes.
5 seconds left before
And
insertion.
as Capcom just, plans to go for murder, let's hope he gets it.
That's the Capcom I use, by the way. And to the answer, I would say the rushing is actually not the answer whatsoever. You cannot have these moments every single time, and I guess Elements is gonna be an Elements after all, as he has taken away the RAM and the gridlock. I'll be focusing a bit more on the RAM a little bit more over here because he could have probably cleared out the entire hallway of kitchen. And that is, mind you, inside the personal. And it could have been so much more valuable. And now, these are just things which are not supposed to go in their favor. So, again, it was not a rush. It's just a very cheeky play from the side of Elements, sorry. I really got into the fun, and I technically thought that it was his IGN because he's living up to it, but Rixian is also going to be joining up to this as it seems. And oh my god, Capcan, you don't even need the traps, my guy. Your 9x19 is doing the job perfectly. Santi in a 1v5, it's him versus the world, and now he needs to find this spice. And I really don't see this to be very favorable, even though he will be able to find the first, maybe looking for a couple more. The diffuser is not in his hand, ample amount of time to work with, but oh boy, Rixian, he knows exactly what's coming towards him, and this is a very nasty angle, and if he finds it, yes, he will. Santi, however, knew where he was, but just not enough time to work with. And now, at least a better half we have seen previously, so I can work with that. Oh, sorry, never mind. I thought it was 4-2. It is going to be 4-1 as GODSQUAD. I think they're just bringing the curse back online again.
I do believe you're right about that. This is the problem we're seeing right now. Of a quick technical pause is going to have to come out here because it's just one of those moments where the game glitches that last little bit because we've been playing on the same loadout, we've been playing on the same settings, so the game just chose to break there, of course. So it happens, but the 3 things you got to remember: 1, getting caught out, that's tough. It does happen though. It's siege timing. The spawn pick from Capcom, beautiful shots, literally. But on the side of counterplay, they are expecting it. They're just losing it at the last moment, which I understand entirely. The ping isn't always your friend. You're trying to challenge it, and you get shut down. As we're waiting for the rehost, let me just quickly go through the advertisements and explain what else is coming up. Because as Eon, as last chance qualifiers for SI and stuff are coming through, there's a lot of information a lot of people are going to take on. But if you're just new to comp and you want to get into it and get more through it, one of the most important factors is Eon series. It's a great way to play it. You'll catch a lot of our casters from here or across the EU in there helping, doing other things, or in Fire series, where it's a lot lower tier, but it's still a good starting spot where you can actually fight against not too aggressive teams like these, but still against some of the best teams in EU to learn a lot. One of the more important factors is if you just like watching Siege over the Christmas period, Season 1 of Fire series isn't over yet. Season 5 of Eon isn't over yet. They're still going on. Both starting up against in February and March. So if you've got a bit of downtime, feel free to grind your squad and just come and join us. If you're not a big fan of ranked or you want to play more like Face It and stuff like that, but without actually having to go through that, games are streamed, people are watching, things are happening. A lot of people want to go to bed now, and I do understand that. Stick it out. You'll be thankful that you did. Or there's going to be highlights, there's going to be Twitch clips, there's going to be so many more things to see. But you won't get the funny interactive content that you have with us now, especially with my beautiful co-caster here today. So thank you to everyone. We're not done yet. We're just on our host. We host for now. Presto, anything you want to say?
I will just add one thing about the tournament thingy, that is, you never know what your capabilities are till you actually play in a tournament, because ranked games are for fun. You get some randoms, you maybe make some friends and everything, but the moment you play tournaments as a team, or if you happen to make a team or join a team, you'll actually know how socialization on that level actually works. Because my own words are that people may say multiplayer games don't have stories, but the moment you play tournaments, guess what? You are writing your own story. And trust me, that story usually will beat any other AAA games, even if they happen to have Game of the Year. So that's my 2 cents over here. So I would definitely love to see some new talents, because trust me, you will love it the moment you discover yourself. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading into a pause to resolve what the problem is. So don't go anywhere. We're probably going to be living off on cup noodles here, but you don't have to. Get yourself some beverages, and we'll be right back in a short while. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be getting back into the action with the last round of this half, and I just remember the scorecard here, and I do not like what things are looking like. And I really hope the players of Counterplay has an answer to this, because otherwise we're just gonna be seeing history repeating itself, and God Squad will be putting themselves on a pretty solid lead where they will have no problem whatsoever moving in forward. We have seen it before. The players of Counterplay, they were able to make a comeback, but the only map where they were able to make a comeback was Lair yesterday. And the players of GODSQUAD were able to halt that and take it to themselves. And now, if the momentum benefits them any more beyond this point, well, it's gonna be very messy in the players in the favors of Counterplay, because technically this is kind of their last dance.
Yes, for their round. As we can go to OT, though, we all know that these are locked in now. There's no more changes that can be done just on the opponent's side after the switch. Or one, you're gonna have to understand that you can get a bit rowdy, you can get that moment of clarity, but if you're not actually set up for the attack, you're gonna get shut down. God Squad have given themselves a little bit of leeway to get that 5-1 that they love so much, but Counterplay are always here to challenge it directly as well. So, this is why the moment needs to come. Whether or not they try to go for the distance, try to go for that punishment in the longer form, or the spawn pick that could come out from this, here's the thing: the Aruni's been tagged already. She got a good couple shots onto Lion, but he bit back as well. So right now, it's about not getting caught off guard, especially from Lucy. Blackbeard's a bit of a menace at the best of times, but when you've got the line of sight with Ash now going to be able to make the rotate forward, Blackbeard, he can safely come in. No, it doesn't have to jump over and get caught off guard by the player on the stairs.
And for some reason, it was the Lion who was actually trying to open up the window as well. Well, they have full control of the window here, so they can simply put someone to contest that while the Blackbeard jumping in to destroy the Melusi charge. But as it seems, they're kind of hesitant to make any form of decision. As they have this area, they should be able to go for a red push as well, but Smoke's gonna be able to fall back just in the nick of time, as he's also somewhat tagged up as the Melusi. He's trying to find somewhere who is unaware here, but as it seems, nobody's gonna be letting it go that easily. Snoop will take some damage, but still very much alive. And now Lion Scan's gonna be coming in, as it seems, as everybody else has frozen in time. As the Aruni is going for a walk in the park, but there's someone right on the corner that is none other than our Havana. The timing needs to be it's the Lion. Needs to be a bit more timed here, but I don't think it's gonna be the case, as the Lions really not paying that much attention here as he is on the drone. If he gets caught off guard, that's gonna be a huge problem, to say the very least. But on the other side of the spectrum, they have made some solid progression onto the objective side, and now the Aruni is allowed to play free as he's trying to look for someone outside of highway, and yes, he will. That's such a common thing. He punched it twice. Sadly, it doesn't make too much sound when the punches happen, and now with the man disadvantage, they'll have to throw in bodies to find at least a couple of players, one here and there. And now, because of the interesting Santi, nice shots coming in from his side. I thought it's gonna be him who's gonna be the casualty, but Elements is simply gonna be a menace to society after all, as he's simply running around the map getting kills. Santi, good for one more. And at this point, kind of feel like that they're just picking off players one by one as attackers. They're just losing here and there like flies, and now the C4s do come in as well, but doesn't quite connect. The Blackbeard and the Ash, both being low on HP, needs to find proper angles. They're creating a lineup here, and now the defenders, they can just simply go for a rotate. They can simply go for a reset here and just play time, and now it's all up to the Blackbeard with no diffuser whatsoever. He has to jump in, and now Rixian will also take him out of his misery. 5-1 yet again. Star, I really don't like where this is going.
Well, you don't like it, I love it, because this is where counterplay works. Yes, that 2-0 actually let them have that win in regulation of 7-5, but now we get to see them try to go for that 6-round comeback that they love to show us anyway. Because if not, God Squad win. Counterplay know that better than anyone. They've seen what happens when you give God Squad too much of a lead, and 2 rounds to make an error. Bandit, Habana gone. Your bans are now becoming your best friend and your worst nightmare. So if you get the bans wrong, you lose the game. If you get the bans right, you win with the best comeback in the history story. For now, though, we've lost Kai and Thermite, Bandit, Hibana, so that means Hard Breachers are on the table. Maverick's still there, but so is Ace. But for how long? The bigger problem I can see is Havoc on Clash. Havoc's been a mess before, and I could see it happening again. This is the first time playing Clubhouse on defense for us, so it all comes with that little bit of a codec, a little bit of a script that has to be unwound. You got to figure out how do you want to play this. Are you on Astartes or are you Salamander? And right now, I just want to see some absolute menace and maybe some Nurgle play from these guys, something dirty.
So do I, and with the Hibana ban, it made complete sense to me because I was pretty much confident they're gonna be going to basement, but there's one factor they might probably have forgotten, that mute jammers do not break Selmas anymore. So the Ace is technically playing free here, considering there is no electrical, there is no bandit batteries. So it is gonna be interesting to see how this will be played out, because guess what? Ace is gonna be like, oh, I see a reinforcement, I'm just gonna take it off. What are you gonna do about it? And maybe even after that, there will be some form of answers from the side of the defenders, because you did mention the Clash, but even then, there have been occasions the Clash has been super overzealous and was taken out when the round was supposed to be in their favor. But with that Clash being on their favor, there is a very high chance they can bait out an operator ban from their side, because Azami can definitely be an important operator, which is also being played here. But if the Clash creates enough massacre or pain, let's just say, she will be the primary target to be banned out, not Azami. And as you said previously, bans are your best friends, and now this is something you can exploit. The attackers, they have taken control of top floor, and now they're opting to go for a dirt take, which is something I do appreciate. But at the same time, I think they also need to open up at least one of the hatch, at least the kitchen one, so that they have some concessions into arsenal. But as of now, I kind of believe that they just want to confirm where the players are located. There is a Clash, there is a Jaeger right behind him, and probably they want the Clash to stay here as long as they can, because if that's the case, the take onto dirt is gonna be the easiest possible thing in the world. And now, interesting to say the very least. Okay, he did get one, so that is kudos to him. No more Ace Selmas available, so no more hatches coming down either. I'm not sure, Srar, if the Azami being deployed there was to impact trick, but if it was, that's something I learned today.
Well, the Azami barrier wasn't actually, I think that was just a misclick, because you're actually supposed to be able to impact it and get the entire
right.
hatch cleared. But moments like this where it does not work and Jaeger giveaways his position at the worst possible time.
Why would you do that?
No, she turned at the last second because she heard
That's
a
what I
shot
meant.
coming from her left. It's just it barely clipped the top of her headpiece, so there's a little gap there. And now that Blackbeard is tucked nicely into a corner, Santi and Do, though, coming back with their own, making it a bit more advantageous to the defenders. It's nice. It's just that they're getting caught out that little bit. They smoke it and concuss it for now, covering the angle, making sure that the teammates can retreat back safely. Oh, but Rixon's there, takes out the player hiding close. Grimm's bees are still up. Rixon with a gun takes out Snoop, though. Wall bangs and elements to shut down the final two, covering up for his teammates and taking that victory. Ouch. When everyone lines up, that's very unlucky. Now, 6-1. This is the problem. We are now in the penultimate round of the entire game. Whether Counterplay can take this, whether they can give themselves another couple of rounds of leeway to get that momentum started, no more mistakes can come from them. This is where we'll separate our champion from our runner-up. This is where Ace, Ash, Twitch, Deimos, and Sledge are going to have to be the right choices for the side of GODSQUAD to win, or whether the defense can hold out a little bit longer.
Locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
GODSQUAD is just pulling up these rogue gunfires head on, and they're just getting away with it, and somehow Counterplay just doesn't have an answer. This is something they have to work on, and how do I put it? They're both good teams, they're individually good players, but these little things differentiates good teams or good players from great players. God Squad, they're not making any mistakes whatsoever. And as I said, I was expecting the Clash to be here for some time from the side of Counterplay. At least God Squad wanted them to be here for some time, and they will simply push down. And guess what? That's exactly what happened. You have to put the shield where the most amount of aggression are allowed from the attacking side. Usually, when you're playing Clash, it's more normal that I'm gonna be putting a Clash on an exterior accessible area. For example, on the main beaches, for example, in Clubhouse, or maybe dirt. And then again, there might be chances where you can have your own way of things, but yeah, that Clash going down was definitely a nail to the coffin. But I really hope that's not the final one they're gonna be having here, as the verticalities do come in from the attacking side as they once again try to take control of dirt, I believe, because I don't quite see any utilities or hard breaches being utilized on that particular area quite yet. But if it is, they're gonna be able to go for a pretty aggressive pick. Yet again, the Clash is playing aggressively. I like what I see, but do not overextend here. The Jaeger is your friend here, and if you don't allow him to take the fight here, you're not gonna be able to get the best of it. As the Ash trying to probably go for a vertical angle, I thought for a second to maybe cut off the angle of the Jaeger while on the escape. But I don't think that's gonna be the case. They're just trying to burn time and trying to bait the players out.
It's interesting that you can say that because it's not their first time. It's that time where they have to continue with a beautiful game of Siege. They have to try and go for that victory. The challenge is real, but whether or not they can make anything of it, there's no more surprise strats now. This is win or lose. It's over with. Clash can't be making simple mistakes of trying to turn around too late.
Nice
Jaeger
shot.
can get the kill though, and now swing, hopefully catching the player on the rappel, but no, does go down to Rex and 4v4, but it's still a better state. Blackbeard getting smoked out of tunnel and kept out just of the site for now. Smoke not going to retreat too early and actually keep up the advantage. Make sure to go for that punishment. Now he can hear Blackbeard coming close, smokes him back again for now. That 30 seconds of delay might just be all they need. Because again, timer's on the defender's side. 4v4. The attack is trying to play it safe because they want to go for that victory. And for now, as Clash gets pinged by the Grim Bees, he's going to come up and give that little bit of an angle to try and cover Smoke's retreat. But as the
Or
hatch
not.
keeps going down, there he is. Noob backing up the Clash, goes for the kill, gets one, tries to go for the Blackbeard, but can't get it directly. As the shield gets blown out of his face for now, they keep him out and push him further. Now it's just up to the people in sight to try and hold it, and Santi's got it. You don't have to worry about it. Frag's better, does get one though. Takes out Kavik, Clash
Oh,
gets
no.
one, but there's Grim down and still able to get res. So that 2v1, but Sammy's there to actually go for the kill and the finish, holding the EMP impact, but no, thrown a little bit early. C4 out, gets the kill. Santi takes it. Counterplay, taking us 6-2. It's not over yet.
I have to admit that they have played it boldly, because as you were expecting, so was I, that the Smoke's gonna be retreating. But instead, they were like, you know what? I'm not gonna retreat. This is my home ground. This is my map. I'm not gonna letting this go that easily. And because of the Clash's boldness, every single soul from the attacking side inside the tunnel were really flabbergasted, and they just didn't know where to go. The Black Bear were like, oh, there's another shield. I have a shield. He has a shield, but his shield can zap. Mine cannot. Mine just goes boom. And in order to do that, I need to be very close, up close and personal. And if counterplay keeps this pace up, they will be able to pick up some momentum and maybe go for a equalization. That's what I really hope for, the bare minimum. And after that, they should be fine moving into their own overtime and so on. Maybe we'll be able to see Fortress as well. But in order to do that, it's a very tall task. The gaps need to be filled up with 4 more rounds as we head into a gym bedroom defense. A pretty standard defense, if you ask me. I do see a Tubarao to deny some time here, so chances are very high that they don't need to protect the particular hallway for any form of bandit tricking. Again, Bandit and Arcade are both banned out. So if they can somehow keep the doorway open and have control of the hallway, the Mira window will survive for way longer. And chances are very high it will not even go down. Maybe because of the Ash charge it will be, but it's still a huge question mark from my side. So the odds do favor the defenders, but they need to make this work.
Okay. The odds may favor the defenders, but on the side of this map specifically, there's a lot they have to do. There's sites you have to try and set up. There's moments where you have to try and go for the clear. It's just, it's tough because you can try to go straight through Jacuzzi Wall. You can go for the setup, go for the punishment, but as you can hear now, as panic, you'll hear somebody on the rappel quickly, but they do safely get out of there. He's got the gun where he can go for that challenge and go for that punishment. But as Solus is down in Oil Pit as well, she's caught the angle to hopefully catch and give him cover. She gives a bit of a false call out, but as you can see here, Solus does go for the challenge with the P9. He gets one. Cannot find Sledge though, so she runs away just in time. It's that moment where SMG Fire It wins.
He had 50
4v5
plus
though.
as well.
You're true at that.
With 1 minute and 50 seconds left on the clock, they have something to work around with, but at the same time, the attackers, they have definitely taken care of the Mira window, so Jacuzzi is under their control, and now they're kind of worried about this Tubero's position because he can be a menace here, and he can definitely go for those angles after the post, especially for a plan to be going down. And now Grim trying to find angles here to find at least confirmations that, okay, there are players here, we need to deal with them. But it's gonna be the Azami who's gonna be a bit more of a trouble here because her locations has not been revealed. Elements, however, getting one, and now the drops will be coming inside of logistics, and one by one the falls need to come, but the attackers not able to solidify their kills. The defender is low on HP, but still able to run away with this. Azami, nice shots from him, and now 2v4 situation. The attackers, they have construction, they will be able to get one for themselves, looking for the Azami, but the Azami is just way too better on this trigger discipline and gunfight. Not as a trigger discipline because I just realized there is nobody to be seen nearby, but finally we do get some form of retaliation from the side of the defense. 6-3, but still match point, map point, and championship point for GODSQUAD. Counterplay needs to keep this rounds up and running, and now it very much depends on what operators will be banned, because after this we are locked and loaded.
I'm not sure what to say. And I don't think there's anything wrong with it because of the fact that we get to see the bans. Whether this Monty ban is enough or whether this Asami ban is enough. A timeout being called from the side of GODSQUAD who want to shut this down now is the right play. Because getting pushed back time and time again, and Kavak's not even awake yet. It's really not an ideal situation to be fighting like this and losing that point. Again, we're only 4 rounds in. Well, technically, we're more because, match point and the fact that the whole defense was a chef's kiss. But now it's GODSQUAD's attack and they're getting caught off guard. This is map 4. They have been playing for over 8 hours. You can't say anything bad about it. It's just the fact of Counterplay likes the 5-1 rule. They like to have that, hey, we lose the 5, fine, we'll just win it all on our side and go to OT. But that's high risk, high reward entertainment right there. CCTV cashes our next spot. Tuberau Castle, Mira, Skopos, and Malusi. Skopos is the interesting pick there, and I want to hear your opinion.
Well, it depends on where he puts Talos or Colossus. Actually, depending on that, the entire pace can be dictated. If he happens to put them, let's say, on somewhere there where they will not be flanking or maybe checking, it may come out. But more than that, I kind of want to see how the gunplay is gonna be working out, because GDO, yeah, he has been a pretty good gun player so far, and that gun, somehow, I don't know if you're gonna agree with me or not, but that gun feels like it doesn't have recoil. It has solid damage, it has solid RPM as well. So with that, I kind of feel like that maybe he has a better chance of surviving. But mind you, you have to make sure that you're keeping your alive robot up and running, because you do not get 2 lives. And at the same
That's
time,
true.
you do not need a dog to have the HP backup. You have to play aggressive when you're playing a Skopos, but again, it's more about the gunplay than the gadget. Because let's be real, how many flanks can you expect on the map of Clubhouse? Maybe you can't put it up on Strip Club where a lot of players may not visit, or maybe they will visit. But rather than that, it's simple gunplay to be coming in this favor.
Well, you're right about that, but you know as well as I do. Opos, yes, the teleport ability helps. It can give a lot. The shield can be used as a sort of makeshift barrier, so great. But you also know as well as I do, if you try to go for the direct challenge, you try to go for the jump out gunfight, you could end up losing your life very easily. The gun is great for its rate of fire, but it's not the end all be all. It's not going to solve all your problems. And as Ash, Clash, and Snoop are now trying to hopefully clash and fight, things aren't coming through just yet. They're trying to get that set up to hopefully go for that wall breach. But as Scopus is about fighting the Blackbeard, you have the castle who's hopefully covering the angle right now and keeping things off pressure. Right now, this Ash, though, is getting closer to the castle, snuck past him, but luckily was covered. So, Melusi's now being tracked. Deimos is going to have to be the one to try and push her off of Swords back to site. Bigger problem is, impacts for days.
Blackbeard has taken a lot of damage because of that impact now, and now the garage take is going to be pretty difficult. Not to mention, they will have to go for a complete reset to go for, but never mind. It's going to be Rixian able to get one DDO, able to get rid of the Blackbeard, but the refract capabilities from Kavik is going to be completely on point. I believe the wall has been, never mind, it has not been breached because of the Tubarao being Tubarao, and now, even with the wall being opened up, I don't see this very much in favor of Kerb yet, because he has to find these fights one by one and then maybe go for some from execution. But in order to do that, he needs to find proper angles, and because of that awkward breach that's not going to be favoring him, it became a one-way angle. It kind of bit back. So 6-4 counterplay. They are keeping up a good pace. They need to keep it up as long as they can, and if they can, we might be looking down into the map of Fortress again. I want to see it. I know we are kind of crying because it has been a long night, ladies and gentlemen, but still, we can't deny if the players are delivering it, because they are proving to be titans and we are enjoying it, and I hope we will as we go back into Church and Arsenal. And I do hope that this time around they're going to be having a better advantage, considering they were able to impact Rick last time.
Do understand that Counterplay was expecting another team to be playing. They would have been playing for more than 12 hours straight in today alone. But instead, they've just been fighting it out now versus GODSQUAD and getting to this point where everything's on the line. 2 more rounds is all they need to do to get to OT and then hopefully go for victory. But as we've seen before, GODSQUAD aren't letting it slide. These are some fantastic teams, and I really look forward to seeing where they go next. If anyone knows when their qualifier matches or anything else is, I'd love to cast it and see it. But also to the same point of Scopus, Goyo, menacing behavior right now coming out from them. Kavik's finally got his kill, so this is where he's going to start steamrolling. And as long as Pulse or Frags can answer that call as well and join into the match, a lot can happen as you're seeing trying to run up through strip, hopefully looking to clear and find a pick. There's one thing I'm asking for you quickly, just because it is downstairs. Where's the best place to put your Scopus drone?
Probably toilet. Go inside the toilet, or maybe somewhere. Yeah, I would say toilet actually, because on this objective, people will definitely drone from. Yeah. Oh my God, he actually put it up there.
You called it. Toilet
So-
and then one hiding in church, just exactly where it needed to be. And
Well-
here's the problem: Ash is right next to it. If she doesn't find it, she could end up losing her life very quickly, or the flank could come out perfectly.
Well, it depends if the Scopus make the perfect call and the perfect timing. It needs to be pretty much precise. He will do some damage onto the Grim though, but at the same time, they gotta make sure that they're not being overzealous. I just realized something. Last time around, they won this objective because of the smoke and the clash. This time, those pieces are not available whatsoever. They are covering those angles with Goyos and probably with the mutes, probably. So may just work out considering they don't have a Blackbeard anymore. But if the Ying by any chance finds himself over there, that's gonna be a huge problem because there's no utilities to deal with those Candelas. Maybe you can shoot them open, but what are the chances that Ying will not push you with that? Okay, DDO able to find something. That's gonna be the Ash off the board, and now he can simply switch their robots if he wants to and get full HP back. And this is a pretty good this is a pretty good situation to work with. And I mean, you're actually very close to the robot, so why just not change it instead? Because you will have a way better chance of surviving that. And now with the hatch being open, attackers they're trying to find something from the vertical angles, but I do believe that tunnel has not been opened, Drago. And if that's the case, if that really is the case, this drop is gonna be suicidal.
You might be right about that, but you can't go for it just yet. There's some electric things that needs to start first. First, Scopos did change his core, like you said, like you suggested, but he's still upstairs. They know he is. They know that one of his bodies up there. They didn't know about the second one. So as he drops down quickly down the staircase, finds the second one, just chasing down the staircase. He's done a lot this match. Oh, but he gets taken out just at the end. He pokeballed one, shot the other, could not find the third. And for now, it's a 3v4. Scopos has found his two. Frags, though, answering with his own double. Getting stunty and just having to push through. But those Goyos and that fire trap is enough. Rev has been downed, but watch out for Grim, who's still in the hallway. Right now, it's up to the Rune. He tries to get one,
Oh,
but no,
Lord.
Rexon gets a double. It's coming down to the 3v1. Has to try and stop the plant, but not everyone's alive. Got to take the time to reload and hopefully start this as Mira pushes up. She's got the Vector, which has the bullet and the fire rate to go for the challenge, but as the call-out has just come, Grim's now back up. It's a 3v1, and Curve take the final kill. GG's all around, 3-1 to God Squad in what I might have said was one of the more nutty matches, 7-4 to end it.
They were able to pull themselves out of the gutter after that particular flank from the Scopos, and that was played perfectly. The Ram getting the double kill after the hatch drop was so damn perfect. They understood that the ace was there, and this is kind of a good thing actually that the ace got down and was not dead. He was able to call there that, hey guys, the Arsenal's there, we can plan, and then they had full objective control. The Mira tried his level best, but so far he can go. That was unfortunate, and boy, oh boy, we definitely pulled a lot of things. I mean, we definitely witnessed a lot of fights here, and I have to admit that the players of I think I'm tired. That's why I forgot the
Come
team's
on.
name for the last time. And you don't have to help me. It is counterplay. They were able to pull themselves on a pretty decent part. If I have to it's difficult to portray it on words, but they were able to put themselves on a comfortable position, but they just did not expect such an aggressive play on the dying seconds from the side of God Squad, because God Squad, they just had the momentum in their favor pretty much every single time, even if it was silent. They were able to go for the drop and cover the diffuser while the Mira had no other answers whatsoever. It was just insanity. I did say that the previous time when they won this objective, the main key players were the Clash and the Smoke. Not picking those operators or an indication of their flexibility, but I guess if they had it, it could have been a bit more easier. But then again, I can't complain because they were able to do pretty well. They just couldn't get that extra mile to push it to overtime and push it to the fifth map. I forgot it was a best of five because it has been a long one, but boy, oh boy, God Squad, they definitely do deserve this championship.
So, sadly, I don't think we have any interview scheduled. So, final words, final things have to come out. GG to God Squad. Thank you for everyone who's been here with us. Thank you to our lovely producer today. Again, Rexy, thank you. Thank you to Fraquez. Again, thank you for Jacob for adminning the chat when I've not been paying attention. And again, thank you for as well, my casting buddy today, Cresto. So, my name is Star Drago. I'm the emergency caster that everyone loves.
So am
Any
I.
sport you text me, I'll come and cast with you at any point. Quickly, I should also give out the points for Axis. What have they won? I've said it a couple times throughout the night, but from start to end. So, Gold Squad have now been the final winner. €100. That's what they've got. They can split it between their teams. That's great. They have qualified for Eon Series 6, which starts in March. Season 5 is still going on. Grand final for that, January 18th at 5 CEST. CET. Gotta remember there's an S is different. Final runner up. So for the side of counterplay, sadly no cash prize this time. Fire Series Season 2, they qualify for that, meaning that they can still try for Eon. They just have to go through the qualifier. That starts in February, so that starts very soon. As Season 1 ends, January 8th, 1930 CET. So that's at 7:30 CET, best of threes. So come watch Season 1, get hype for Season 2, and then see us around. Next up, I do have to state that this is probably one of my favorite parts. The Axis Circus starts again. So all of this, because you're only watching the finals of it, which we separate into a much more confident, better tournament. So February, Access Series starts. You go through it, you go to March, and then in spring, towards probably as you end of March, start of April, you'll have Access Finals. Same like this, where it's the playoffs, where it's the most important factors of it. Season 3, first place gets £100 again and can qualify for more services, qualify for more tournaments and series. So you can still go for your last chance qualifiers for Invitational if that's what you believe. But if you just want to start getting away, don't forget to try it out. And a lot of people have had to fight against some titans like DK and stuff like that in the past, or G2. So don't worry if you don't get to Eon. Come to Fire Series, come to Access, come and show your worth. We love to see it. I love casting it. And Presto, I'll let you say the final goodbyes.
Well, I'm not an exception, and I did mention that having to see new talents every single day, it's really a joyful experience. Because as I said, there was a time I even myself used to play competitively. Now I'm not, sadly, because please recruit me. But it's actually a really amazing experience, and at the same time casting as well is something I like to do. And thanks a lot to Star Rago for inviting me over, even though I was technically given a short notice, but it's fine, I was free, so that's there. So with that in the equation, we will be expecting the teams to be present on the upcoming tournaments as well. So there's a very high, I do have a higher hope from them on the upcoming series. So that's my word for now. And thanks a lot for staying tuned, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be expecting your presence on the upcoming views and maybe save the VODs as well so that you may learn a thing or two. With that, good night. Take care. Auf Wiedersehen.
Disconnect.